The likes of Ellie Black of Canada, Flavia Saraiva of Brazil, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, already mentioned, of France, Chu Chi-Yuen of China, Kalia Namour of Algeria, and Alice D'Amato of Italy. And there is also something of a surprise in this competition, isn't there?
We understand that Jessica Gadirova has withdrawn at very short notice from the final. We saw Alice Kinsella lining up with the gymnasts a moment ago. She is waiting to step into the competition. A member of the British team who was initially ruled out due to the 2 per country rule. She now comes in and is ready to compete. And it is a great pleasure to welcome all of you and to welcome all of them to this women's all-around final at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Let's hand over to Niels Danielum, your master of ceremonies, and he is going to introduce the athletes.
Starting on uneven bars for France, Morgane Ossisek.
France's Morgane Ossisek, a team bronze medalist and a winner of Mediterranean Games honours.
The People's Republic of China with Chu Chi-Yuen.
Chu Chi-Yuen from the People's Republic of China, the reigning Asian all-around champion.
From Italy, Manila Esposito.
Italy's Manila Esposito, a European Championship medalist, a World Cup medalist, and the runner-up in last year's national all-around competition. Kalia Namour from Algeria, the reigning African all-around champion and the Arabic champion on uneven bars.
From the Netherlands, Naomi Visser.
From the Netherlands, Naomi Visser, the reigning Dutch all-around champion, a European Championship medalist,
sorry,
and a top 5
we're back.
finisher in this competition.
Catherine, sorry about that. My computer took forever. Y'all, please enjoy this. I'll be in the chat. And yes, please. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself. Thank you so much for being here. Share the stream, all the things. I love you so much. Have fun. I'll be in the chat. Let's go, girls.
This is Alice Kinsella, Olympic medalist and multiple winner of world and European honours. She's come in as a reserve for Jessica Gadirova, and she is one of the top all-around performers in the world. The USA Shiley's Jones, a 2-time world champion in team competition and the runner-up in last year's all-around final. Also from the United States of America, Simone
those
Biles,
are gorgeous. What? Alice?
In pursuit of her 6th
Catherine!
World Championship title.
What just happened?
Performer in qualification. Brazil's Flavia Saraiva, a 2-time Olympian, a Youth Olympic champion, and last
Gag! Okay, let me go mute.
all-around champion.
From Canada, Elizabeth Black.
From Canada, 3-time Olympian Ellie Black, the reigning 2-time Pan American Games all-around champion, and a silver medalist in this event in 2017. Brazil's Rebeca Andrade, last year's all-around world champion, an Olympic vault champion, and the all-around silver medalist at the Tokyo 2020 Games. Starting on floor, the 4th highest group of qualifiers, 2-time Olympian Ettore Thorsdottir from the Netherlands, a 4-time European Championship medalist. Germany's Sarah Voss, an Olympian, a European Championship medalist, a World Cup champion, owner of sensational glasses, and a winner of numerous national titles. Mexico's Alexa Moreno, a 2-time Olympian, a 5-time Central American and Caribbean Games champion, a Pan American champion, and the first ever Mexican woman to win a World Championship medal. Olympian Filipa Martins from Portugal, the reigning all-around national champion, a Mediterranean Games medalist, and a veteran competing at her 8th World Championships. Takeda Chiaki, a World Championship debutant who won a silver medal with the Japanese team at this summer's World University Games.
Also for Japan, Rina Kishi.
Japan's Kishirina, a senior international debutant but holder of an ever-growing collection of national medals. Her qualification routine on floor here in Antwerp was the crucial one that took the Japanese into the team final. And the gymnasts will start on being the third highest group of qualifiers. Italian Olympian Alice D'Amato, a European champion, a World Championship medalist and the reigning all-around national champion. Georgia Godwin from Australia, an Olympian, the reigning Commonwealth Games all-around champion and a record-breaking 7-time national all-around champion.
Great Britain, Ondine Achampong.
Great Britain's Ondine Achampong, the reigning English all-around champion and winner of gold medals at the Commonwealth Games and the European Championships.
From the Republic of Korea, Lee Yun-seo.
Olympian Lee Yun-seo from the Republic of Korea, a 6-time Asian Championship medalist.
Representing Germany, Paulina Schäfer-Betz.
Germany's Paulina Schäfer-Betz, a 2-time Olympian and holder of a full set of colours at the World Championships.
And from Romania, Ana Barbosu.
Ana Barbosu from Romania, the reigning 2-time all-around national champion and 3 times a World Cup gold medalist. It's a phenomenal field, Clive.
It is such a good field. There is no better way to put it than to describe it as phenomenal, just like you just did.
It is such a shame that Jessica Gadirova will not be competing. If you're going to bring someone else in, Alice Kinsella, I mean, that's a pretty great luxury to have waiting in the wings.
We must not forget that Alice Kinsella was 4th all-around at the World Championships in 2022.
For those of you who need a little brushing up on how these finals work, we'll refer to the qualification scores as we go, but they are not applicable in determining the medals, simply determining your opportunity to contest the medals. It's a 0 start. The gymnasts will compete on the vaults, the uneven bars, the balance beam and the floor, and the top group of qualifiers have the privilege of going in what is often known as the Olympic order, the traditional order of apparatus. And that's where we'll see Simone Biles, who may well produce the most difficult vault in women's artistic gymnastics. We don't know what we'll see from her. We saw it in qualification. Over on the uneven bars, Kayleen Nemour has an excellent chance to stamp her authority on the competition early on. She's a fabulous performer on the uneven bars. The Algerian is a really welcome addition to this final. On the balance beam, Paulina Schäfer-Betz, the world champion on this apparatus several years ago and also a medalist on 2 further occasions. And then finally the gymnasts who begin on floor. What a nice first gymnast to have on floor in Thora Thorsdottir, known for her wonderful sense of artistry. And the last gymnast to feature in that rotation is Kishirina, 16 and a senior international debutant. She's the only gymnast in this field who doesn't have international medals. She's got enough for everyone though, it's okay. Simone Biles, Blythe, the scope of what she could accomplish tonight, the scale of it.
No woman has ever won, no gymnast has ever won as many all-around titles as she has. Actually, I should modify that because I'm so excited. No woman has ever won 6. Kohei Uchimura, of course, did it for the men.
Yeah, she has the chance to draw level with Uchimura Kohei tonight. Should she win that, it'd be a remarkable accomplishment. But the people she's got to contend with, Rebecca Andrade, owner of a suitcase full of difficulty.
She is somebody who could equal Biles on vault especially given what we're seeing in the warm-up. It does not look like Simone Biles is going to do the Yurchenko double pike that she did in the team qualification here. She is warming up the Cheng vault. It's the same one that we see from Andrade.
Oh, by the way, Ellie Black, one of the most proven all-around performers in the world over a large number of years. She was the 5th best in qualification. Let us begin the women's all-around final at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. I thought of Tolsdottir of the Netherlands. What a lovely place to begin. We'll enjoy this stylish performance from her on floor. What a wonderful way to begin. I thought of Tolsdottir. I said we've got a full complement of people with international medals here. She won one of the most interesting all-around titles out there. The all-around at the Reykjavik International Games in 2017. Very special moment for her, with her parents being from Iceland and having moved to the Netherlands for work when she was younger. Well, she did not expect to be in this final, but she is always welcome in an all-around final. 4th place last year, Alice Kinsella. Meanwhile, gymnasts waiting to embark on the uneven bars. Morgane Ossisek of France, a debutant at the World Championships after being a reserve last year. She scored 12.033 in qualification.
And she did not expect to be in this final either. She was actually the first reserve and has come in for China's Oyu Shen. Let's see what she makes of her opportunity. Nice combination into her Jaeger. There was just one moment where she split her legs slightly on the transition from low to high, but double front dismount stuck. This is a hit for Morgane Ossisek.
She's in such a buoyant mood at the moment, considering her performance in the team final when the French won the bronze medal, their first medal in that event since 1950, and only their 2nd ever.
And she was critical for them, especially on balance beam, where she'll go next. This was a very good start, capped off by that wonderful dismount.
The 20-year-old from Colmar in the east of France. We go to Alice Kinsella of Great Britain in at short notice for Jessica Gadirova. She scored 14 on vault in qualification.
This should be a double twisting Yurchenko.
That's a very good beginning to a competition that she was not expecting to participate in.
She could potentially set the cat among the pigeons here.
You're welcome.
This vault has good
Thanks
mechanics.
Everybody
Nice
who's
body
followed.
position,
I'm going to go
legs
meet
glued
again.
together in the twist. Just a step back on the landing. Notice how straight she is, too.
Oh.
As she comes off the
That
table,
block
the
was
trajectory
weird.
is very good. The amplitude
Let me
and
go on
distance as well.
mute.
Once again, just that
Hi,
step back.
Boyfrito.
Hector Torsdottir scoring 13.266. It's an improvement from qualification. 13.1 is also an improvement for Morgane Osisek by a long way. That's a gain of over a mark. Great start from her. She was the 28th best in qualification. Xu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China. 8th best overall in qualification. Big apparatus for her to start on, 14.9 in the preliminary round.
She was the top qualifier to the individual apparatus final on uneven bars. And one reason was that beautiful layout Jaeger that she's capable of. Another reason, her in-bar stalders. It's very interesting. She chooses not to combine that in-bar stalder with a transition move to low, but rather to kip off and then to do her release move. And she doesn't combine that either. That said, this is still an extraordinary routine. It's not potentially quite as difficult as she's capable of. She might be playing it a little conservative.
What a lovely landing, and it could well be the right decision for Xu Qiyuan, the reigning Asian all-around and uneven bars champion from the championships in Singapore earlier this year. That is such an unusual move.
It is stunning, and the way that she manages to keep the layout position all the way through is really special.
The slow motion replay really accentuating the quality of her form.
It does. You never see her legs come apart. You never see her lose her toe point. And the dismount was authoritative too.
She clamps the heels together as she gets into that tuck position. Very well controlled. She's so used to a big occasion, Alice Kinsella. Probably those who are fans of her watching on are more nervous and worried than she will be, because she's just so accustomed to a final of real consequence. 22-year-old from Basildon in Essex, but based in Sutton Coldfield in the Midlands, where she trains. Her score is 13.766. The execution not quite as tidy as qualification, but it's only a drop of just over 2/10. The runner-up from last year's competition, preparing to embark upon her second all-around World Championship final. Charlize Jones of the United States of America, second place in Liverpool a year ago, and the second best performer in qualification.
This too will be a double twist in Yurchenko. So much to enjoy about it.
She has remarkably impressive amplitude when she vaults.
She does. She gets tremendous what they call block, absorbing the table through her shoulders in the repulsion phase of this vault, the round off onto the board, back handspring onto the table, and then just extraordinary height and distance.
Xu Qiyuan, 14.7. That is still an extremely good number, even though it's not quite as high as qualification. So the points you were making earlier, Blythe, absolutely indicative in the score, and indicative of it being a right decision to play it slightly safer, because she's started extremely well. She'll be right up at the top at the end of the first rotation. We look at Manila Esposito of Italy on the uneven bars, the gymnast who is just 16.
She begins with a wonderful Nabieva to pack salto. Maloney transition element. Right into a Bahard wash, the pack salto with a twist. At this World Championships, she has looked rock steady all over the gym. Double front dismount.
Excellent beginning. This, in so many ways, is a Veterans' Day. There are hugely experienced athletes who are the favourites in this final. But these young stars of the Antwerp World Championships holding their own early on.
She has really given a veteran's performance throughout the qualification and in the team final. And she starts out here very well indeed.
Charlize Jones starting well, 14.233. Almost identical to qualification, a drop of a few hundredths. Simone Biles from the United States of America in pursuit of the 6th all-around World Championship title in her career, her incredible career. A career that we are thrilled to see still continuing after she took some time away at the end of the last Olympics.
And this vault is going to be a Chang. It is very difficult.
And it is an enormous opening to her competition. Simone Biles of the United States of America. The 26-year-old who was born in Ohio but has lived in Texas for a very long time.
The distance and the landing are extraordinary on this vault. Afterwards, she doesn't get the block, that height that we talked about, but she really doesn't need it to get a good landing here.
Manila Esposito was the runner-up in the all-around competition at the last Italian Championships. She's competed a lot in the Spanish league system as well as the Italian one. It's actually her 10th competition of 2023, believe it or not. 15.1, that will not do too badly at all for Simone Biles to get her campaign started. Supremely high execution score of 9.5. An all-around medalist at the Youth Olympic Games and last year's Pan American all-around champion, the fantastic Flavia Saraiva from Brazil. She was the 6th best overall in qualifying.
And once again, a double twist in Yurchenko. It's not the easiest vault for her to do because she is so small, but she's worked very hard on this, and her pop off of the horse has looked wonderful this week.
And it was on vault where the Brazilians secured that team silver medal the other day. Manila Esposito, 14.166. That is an improvement of half a mark from qualification. Excellent. Now this should be a real treat based on what we've seen from her at international level. Kélia Nemor, it has been an extremely complicated and frankly traumatic process for her to be able to compete at World Championship level. She has borne the burden with incredible stoicism. We wish her luck.
But she's made it, and she starts out with her own original skill, the in-bar stalder through to a Nabieva, essentially. And look at the way that she flows from bar to bar. It is so difficult and so beautiful. The dismount too.
Oh, magnificent routine. And I think a lot of emotion wrapped up in that as well for Kélia Nemor.
This is the bar routine with the hardest difficulty score in the world. It just does not stop. She connects everything, and she does it so beautifully, including the dismount straight into her double layout. That was wonderful, wonderful.
Flavia Saraiva scores 13.833. Almost the same as her qualification performance as the vaulting continues for this top group of qualifiers. We've just had a Pan-American champion. We now have the reigning two-time Pan-American Games champion. She also has been a Commonwealth Games all-around champion. Ellie Black of Canada, the runner-up in this competition at her home World Championships in Montreal in 2017. She was the 5th best overall in qualifying.
This is an excellent event for her to start on. Look at the attack! Look at the landing!
Well, it really is an excellent apparatus for her, isn't it, based on that?
Oh, she has done this vault for many years, but I'm not sure she has ever done it better at a World Championships. This is a handspring front layout with a full twist. She's got to try to keep her body completely straight, and it is so hard to land because she cannot see the mat before she hits the ground.
Some of the treatment that this gymnast has been subjected to bureaucratically has been little short of a disgrace. By those who frankly should have known better and should have done better. And it is wonderful that she is competing at World Championship level, representing Algeria. Her father from Algeria. And her score huge, 15.2. Brilliant beginning from Kélia Nemours. That's a feel-good moment in these championships, isn't it?
She so richly deserves to be here, like you said.
Naomi Visser of the Netherlands. 12th best in qualification, and a gymnast who was 5th in the all-around competition 2 years ago.
She has a wonderful sequence that starts off her bar routine, and she does it very well. This is lovely work so far. Her handstands are impeccable. Full twisting double tuck to end.
What's going on the uneven bars is most compelling at the moment. We've got some great vaulting, but also some exceptionally high standard bars work. On the subject of the vaulting, 14 for Ellie Black. A 28-year-old from Nova Scotia, the city of Halifax. Honestly, there's phenomenal skill and gymnasts with a trophy cabinet to envy everywhere you look. We now have last year's all-around world champion and the reigning Olympic vault champion, Rebecca Andrade.
Same vault we saw from Simone Biles.
Well, 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 this is absolutely enthralling.
Oh my goodness. This was brilliant, as it always is from Rebecca. She gets great pop off of the table. Plenty of time to set herself up in the air, complete the 1.5 twist, and really open out for a good landing. Paulina Schäfer-Betz of Germany. We've just had
an Olympic champion on vault. We have a world champion.
Beautiful double turn. And she gives herself plenty of time to put her leg forward as she completes that. And that is the Schaefer Betts, her original skill. Olympic champions have tried to learn that and have wound up somewhat befuddled.
Just watching it is utterly confusing.
It's a skill that makes you blink and go, how did she do that? Really, how did she do that? And she's done well to save the side aerial, just taking a couple steps back. That'll only be a couple tenths in execution.
Really, it's been an extremely high quality start to this all-around final across the board. Another hugely experienced competitor, Paulina Schaefer-Betts, as Rebecca Andrade scores 14.7, a single tenth of penalty marks.
And she will have had that for going over the white line on her landing.
14.266 for Naomi Visser. That's up by 1/10 from qualification. Now, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. What a display on balance beam in the closing moments of the team final to secure the French an incredible, unexpected bronze medal.
She was incredible. Stalder Shaposhnikova to uprise full turn to end, and coming up, Anabieva.
Just takes a necessary moment to regroup. That was a jarring opening to her competition. The hands were there or thereabouts.
Yes, they were. She really was not far off from catching the bar and swinging out cleanly. She will receive difficulty credit for the Nabieva because she got both hands around the bar. But she looks like she is unlikely to repeat it, and indeed just goes into her pack salto. From falling from the apparatus, she will lose an entire point. Her swing is terrific, and the rest of this has been very clean. Full twisting double layout dismount.
It concludes well. It's a difficult start to this all-around final for such a wonderful gymnast. A long way still to go, nonetheless. Paulina Schaefer-Betts, 13.566. That is a drop of half a mark from qualification.
Next up on the beam, an athlete from Romania,
Anna Barbosu of Romania on the balance beam. Second time at the World Championships for her. She's a reigning two-time national all-around champion.
Strong front tuck mount, and this should be front handspring through to front tuck. Very nicely done. The Romanians are known for the way that they can hit beam routines. And they are a team that is on their way back, having attained an Olympic qualification place as a team to Paris. Very complicated leap that. Turgite, the half twist.
It is right to take more than a moment to celebrate Romanian artistic gymnastics. The women qualifying a team for the Olympiad. It's a really special moment for them. They deserve a little time in the spotlight. Ondine Achampong of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland competing on the balance beam. She's been a medalist on beam at European Championship level.
She starts off with a front walk over mount. It's a wonderful apparatus for her to begin on. Here comes her flight series. Back handspring, layout. Just a small check. That will not receive a huge deduction at all. And note how she holds her leg up coming out of the side aerial. At one point she connected it directly to that switch ring leap. Full turn with her leg held at head. There's a wonderful variety of elements in this balance beam exercise. And she tumbles into her dismount as well. Back handspring, 2.5.
The reigning British balance beam champion, Ondine Achampong. And also an all-around silver medalist for Team England at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham last year. Her score 13.6, an improvement from qualification. Still plenty more to bring you in this competition, including rotation number 1. And a look at Sarah Voss of Germany on floor. Germany's Sarah Voss, all-around national champion last year and competing at her 3rd World Championships. Lovely to have her back at the top stage. She missed the competition in Liverpool with a calf injury, and her score 13.333 is a step up from qualification of just over a 10.
What's going on?
A look out over An extremely full Sport Palace in Antwerp, Belgium. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, 12.5. It is a most regrettable start to a competition for somebody who really deserves an individual moment in the spotlight after how well she did in the team event. 13.533 for Ana Barbosu of Romania.
Yeah, there we go.
An Algerian leads the World Championship all-around final. Kélia Nemour in top spot ahead of Simone Biles. After one rotation, Biles nonetheless with a fantastic start on vault. Rebecca Andrade and Chu Yuen are in joint third place as we look down the order.
The flex cam, okay. Ooh.
I think it really is worth just taking a moment to reflect upon the importance of a gymnast from Algeria leading the World Championship all-around final at the 1/4 mark. That is an enormous accomplishment. It's a pretty history-making one.
It is completely historic. And she absolutely deserved the number that she got. The bar routine was, oh, you run out of superlatives to describe it very quickly.
You really
phenomenal,
do, don't you?
amazing, spectacular.
Yes, it's one of those ones where language is irritatingly lacking in the beauty of her own performances in gymnastics.
Yes. And she's really been known as a bars specialist, but she's not. She is excellent on balance beam and floor exercise as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how this develops.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this whole competition develops, because we're now in rotation number 2. Chu Yuen of the People's Republic of China, 14.7 on the uneven bar. She now goes to beam, where she scored 13.8 in the preliminary round.
Before this year, she had never competed outside of China, and they were very smart with her. They sent her to a few World Cup events to get her international experience, and she's really blossomed as a result. She had a wonderful flight series to start off with, back handspring to Arabian salto, half twist in, front out. And something we just don't see on balance beam much these days. Oh, she did well to save that, and to save it without touching the beam or grabbing the beam or having to support herself on the beam. It will be a deduction, but she minimized the deduction she'll receive.
A 16-year-old World Championship debutant. Until the Doha World Cup earlier on this year, she had never competed overseas as a junior or a senior. It's extraordinary. Shilese Jones from the United States of America. 6th position after the first rotation, and with enormous scoring potential on the uneven bars.
This was the second strongest score on uneven bars in the qualification round. And it too is just wonderful to watch the amplitude that she gets. And there's such a smooth quality to the way that she swings. Her handstands are right on top of the bar. Dismount should be double front.
It cannot be a surprise ever to see Shilese Jones in contention for major all-around honours. She has proven herself to be an absolutely dependable athlete. And that's a very good first half of the competition.
She has really seemed impervious to the pressure at these World Championships, just like she was in Liverpool a year ago. Here's the dismount once again. Such a secure, steady element for her. Great landing.
A history maker stands over at the vaulting table. And a real veteran, so respected in this sport. Twice an Olympian.
An athlete of Mexico. Let's wait until we see the green light. Well, there it is. Alexa.
29-year-old Alexa Moreno, the Mexican, the first from her nation to win a World Championship medal when she came third on vault in 2018. She's the reigning Pan American champion on vault.
And this is going to be a handspring Rudy. Handspring on, front 1.5 twist off.
Quite a compressed landing from Alexa Moreno on this occasion. Little shake of the head from her.
She looks a little bit rueful. She can do this slightly better, though she did a nice job of staying on her feet. However, there's likely to be a 1/10 penalty as well for going slightly over the white tape line.
13.733 for Chi Yuen. Virtually the same as qualification, down by fewer than 1/10. Shilese Jones, 14.633. That's 0.2 lower than qualification, where she was overall the second best. And here the gymnast who was the strongest overall in qualification, Simone Biles, 26. And in second place after rotation number 1.
She starts out with a Weiler kip, quite an original skill that we don't see from many at this level. Peg Kachev to Pack Salto. Gets her hands around the bar on the Van Leven transition.
Her competition gathers pace. Not that it was slow to begin with, considering she started with a 15.1.
She notoriously dislikes this event, to put it one way.
Yes, you put that delightfully euphemistically.
But she does very well on it.
Yes, the uneven bars, the apparatus that certainly is not her favoured one. She loves the all-around competition, that is clear. One really hopes that Alexa Moreno is okay. It was a difficult landing. 13.966 is her score. I think it is hard to say enough good about Alexa Moreno and what she's done for the sport and how she has grown its popularity, what an ambassadorial figure she's been. From one veteran to another on vault, this is Filipa Martins from Portugal, 27, two-time Olympian. It's her 8th World Championships here. What an accomplishment.
It's a very nice full twisting Yurchenko. Not as difficult as the double twisting Yurchenkos we've seen as the Chengs, but well delivered nonetheless. There's just the step back on the landing, where she is likely to lose 0.3 to 0.5, perhaps.
.333 for Simone Biles. Virtually the same as qualifying that score. Flavia Saraiva, the Brazilian, now takes to the uneven bars. And she scored 13.6 in the preliminary round, the 23-year-old.
Starts with a toe stalder full. Oh, but she's off on her Paikachev.
I think it is nothing short of extraordinary that any member of the Brazilian women's team has anything left in the tank after what they gave to take that all-around silver medal. I don't mean physically, I'm talking about the emotional energy they put into it. There's no doubting the physical conditioning of any of these elite athletes.
Oh, yes. And when you think about how exhausting emotionally the team final must have been for the Brazilian team, it's perhaps not surprising to see them not quite at 100% so far tonight.
It delighted so many to see this gymnast on a World Championship podium. She said that she has come back with sangue nos olhos, Brazilian Portuguese colloquialism meaning blood in the eye. It means she's never, ever been hungrier for success. And she had the greatest World Championship success of her career a couple of nights ago. Felipe Martins, 12.866. Has a degree in sports science from the University of Porto, is very keen to move into the coaching structure when she retires. Brilliant beginning from Kélia Nemour of Algeria, the leader. After one rotation, she goes to beam where she scored 13.266 in qualifying. What a fluid start.
And now comes a very big test, leading the world going into the second apparatus balance beam. And my goodness, is she acing that test. That was beautiful. Back handspring to 2 layout step outs. Some gymnasts might get hesitant, especially with a mount like that, and then the flight series coming right up after it. She does not. The level of focus that she has displayed in this routine is absolutely supreme. She too will tumble into her dismount, 2 back handsprings to a 2.5.
She does so well to steady that. Kélia Nemour. She's proven herself to have extraordinary mental toughness in her young career. She was originally part of the French developmental system and the national team. She wanted to compete for Algeria after some real issues with the treatment that she received from the French governing bodies. It took interference from the highest level in France to allow that to happen. So any nerve she might feel on beam are nothing compared to what she's been through. Here is Hatakeda Chiaki.
It's a great point you make, Ollie, and that is a very nice Yurchenko 1.5 from Hatakeda Chiaki.
13.5 her scoring qualification. The great Hatakeda family represented there.
And this is much better than what we saw in the team final from her.
12.966 is her score. Sister Hitomi still an important part of the Japanese squad, even though she is no longer actively competing. Paulina Schäfer-Betz of Germany taking to the floor for her second performance. That is a most uncharacteristic moment for her on this apparatus. How well she does to get back on her feet so fast and recommence the routine.
That looked like what happens when a gymnast loses their way in the air mid-tumbling pass. It might have been something on her takeoff, but clearly something didn't feel right to her, and she bailed on the twist.
12.633 for Flavia Saraiva, currently in 8th position in the all-around competition. To Ellie Black from Canada. 14.133 in qualification.
This is a wonderful apparatus for her. And we just have to admire how far she has come just to even attempt a release skill like that. In the early days of her elite career, she would not have dreamed of being at this level. Even though she didn't make it tonight, it is still a routine that has been so improved through the years that she's been on the national team.
Well, we're seeing a really complicated second rotation in this women's all-around final. Some areas where gymnasts started really well, now encountering problems as they move to another apparatus. The picture is becoming harder to read.
Toe front half dismount, done in the pike position.
Even to veterans like her, there can be slight bumps along the road. She could not have given more to the German team in their quest to get to the Olympic Games. It was extraordinary to see the way she led a German team that was hit so hard by injury.
They really were decimated coming into this World Championships, and she, who has always been maybe second or third on the team as an all-rounder, stepped up and took the lead. She fought like a tiger. And she turned in 4 wonderful routines in the qualification.
10.7, down by 2 from the preliminary round. It is a return to where something extraordinary happened a couple of days ago, where Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France produced an incredible performance on balance beam to secure her nation the bronze medal.
And her front pike mount was very secure as well. Many people have been talking about how much more confident she appears this year compared to other years. And even though she's had a few wobbles so far in this routine, she has really done a good job of containing what might otherwise be very large deductions. There again. Her dismount should be a round off to double pike.
You can only feel for a gymnast who individually is not quite having the same day that they gave to their team, because her work rate is unquestionable. The skill that she has is unquestionable.
Oh, without doubt. Very nice round off double pike.
Japan over on vault with Kishi Rina.
And she does a very good double twisting Yurchenko. She pikes down slightly at the end, which results in her chest being a little low. And we'll have another look at it.
13.8 her score. The 16-year-old, the gymnast who is making her senior international debut here at these World Championships. What an incredible accomplishment that is for Kishi Rina. And she's in esteemed company everywhere she looks. It must be a really remarkable experience for her to actually take stock of who is out there with her on the field of play. She is the only gymnast, Kishi Rina, without international medals in this final. So the fact that she's made it here as a 16-year-old senior international debutant is a brilliant accomplishment. Shows she belongs in that sort of company. Here's Aitora Tozdottir.
Her double twisting Yurchenko, and she can do it very well.
Secure looking from the Dutch gymnast, who's pretty thrilled with it by the looks of things.
We see sticks or near sticks so rarely. It's always a thrill.
.833 is her score. She's in 5th position at the moment in the all-around competition. Galia Nemour, 13.3 for the Algerian gymnast. That is an improvement from qualification by a few hundredths. What great handling of a huge occasion this is.
She seems so unfazed.
Now we head to the floor exercise. First opportunity to see a very familiar face when it comes to international competition. And still a young gymnast, still only 20, still in the early stages of a career that has already taken her to the centre spot on a European Championship podium. Alice D'Amato of Italy, 17th best in qualification. She's the reigning Italian all-around champion. for quite a number of gymnasts and some very experienced ones. Rotation number 2 has been the rotation of consternation. It's been tricky, hasn't it?
It has, and what happened on her second pass is she was just a bit low coming out of this triple twist, and her chest is very low, and it actually pings her into the ground, and gravity works against her, and she's unable to stay on her feet. That's uncharacteristic of a lychee on floor exercise. Nice recovery with this front double twist, however.
13.466 puts Melanie de Jesus dos Santos in 14th position. The gymnast who is based in Texas, trains alongside many of the American national team. They were thrilled with her medal. Called her over to celebrate with them. 12.133 for Ellie Black. And she is now in 14th position. Rebecca Andrade, 13.866 in the qualification phase. The gymnast who was 4th overall in qualifying.
She has a very important sequence of elements that are all connected, starting here with her pike kachev into a pack salto. She's chosen not to connect it today to the Van Leven. She's being a little careful. Here comes her pike Jaeger. And her dismount's connected as well. Toe stalder full right up on top of the bar into full twisting double top.
Absolutely at the races is Rebecca Andrade. Joint 3rd after the first rotation. And she is going to be well positioned and probably well pleased with that performance. A nice warm smile there extended to and from Alice Kinsella.
Normally she connects all of these elements together. There is the stalder full and then the pike kachev. But she's not going to lose anything except a couple tenths of difficulty potentially for not connecting those elements. And if it gives her that, the full twisting double tuck stuck, well, so much the better.
Sarah Voss from Germany started with a 13.333 on floor.
This is a Yurchenko full. Really nice flight off of the table.
She was the national champion on vault as well as in the all-around competition last year. Part of the team that so memorably won a bronze medal at the European Championships in Munich.
And she was the one who clinched that medal on this apparatus, actually with a harder vault than she shows here, but this is very well mastered.
I think you called it at the time as the score of 13.4 comes in as the double twisting Yurchenko of her life. And it probably was. So far at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. 12.5 for Alice D'Amato. This is the women's all-around final. We're in the second rotation. 14.5 for Rebecca Andrade. And that is a big improvement from the qualification score of 13.866. Alice Kinsella from Great Britain scored 13.533 in qualification.
Steady Jaeger pike. And Reichna to pack salto, very smooth. There's a Maloney to immediate ginger. And her dismount is unusual.
And she just about holds on to it as well. Alice Kinsella doing really well when you consider how little preparation time she probably had to come into this all-around final.
The interior of the routine was quite characteristic for her. She's generally so reliable with these combinations. Beautiful reachness, Staldering Kachev, and she connects it well to the pack salto. She is actually out of the handstand, finishing her pirouette before kicking into the dismount. She's not too far off. Interestingly, she did somewhat the same thing on the dismount in the qualification round.
The gymnast who was 7th after the first rotation, Manila Esposito of Italy.
And she's done different variations of this very difficult mount sequence in different places in the competition so far. Tonight she doesn't go for the second layout out of the back handspring layout series that she does. Just opts for a back handspring. Still connecting all of those, so impressive. She's quite polished on the balance beam. She doesn't rush, and she really shows quite a finish to each of her elements. Dismount double pike.
Such an unfortunate moment at the end for Manila Esposito. Oh, almost there.
Yes, and she actually had too much power on the round-off double pike.
12.866 as a result. Indication of what high scoring potential there is in that performance. Georgia Godwin of Australia over on floor. The Commonwealth Games all-around champion from Birmingham last year. Absolutely one of the most impressive gymnasts in the world over the past decade. Georgia Godwin of Australia. What an accomplishment. 7 times an all-around national champion, more than anyone in Australian history. And she's also tied as the score comes in of 12.333 as the most successful gymnast for Australia at the Commonwealth Games with Alana Slater. Alice Kinsella's score 13.6 on the uneven bars, a little up from qualification.
Yes, we've been doing this for 50 years, and all levels of gymnasts are welcome.
At the end of the second rotation, these are the standings. Simone Biles leads Rebecca Andrade by not very much at all. Charlize Jones in 3rd place. Kélia Nemour of Algeria is in 4th position. There is exactly 1 mark between the top 5. Chu Chi-Yuen is in 5th position. And we look down the rest of the order. Very interesting competition so far. Any perception of Simone Biles ahead of this being a runaway winner is proving to be not entirely accurate, because, as you said at the start when referring to the difficulty of Rebecca Andrade's gymnastics, she's right up there with her.
If you are a gymnastics fan, you have spent much of the past 2 years dreaming about a scenario in which Simone Biles, at her full potential, goes up against Rebecca Andrade at her full potential. And that's what we're getting tonight. It is so exciting.
It feels a bit like, I'm speaking well out of my comfort zone here because I don't watch any of these sorts of films, but one of those things where one set of comic book characters faces another set of comic book characters, and lots of people get very excited about. I don't know the names of any of them, but you know the kind of thing I mean, where you get a sort of crossover, don't you, of immortal figures.
Something out of the Marvel universe, perhaps?
That's the one, yes. Yes. That's what I was trying to pluck out of the air but couldn't do, which shows my age. Oh dear. But it really is a dream match for all of us that adore this sport. And it's a close match at the moment. On beam in qualification, Simone Biles produced a score of 14.566 to 13.8 of Rebecca Andrade. Does well to hold that.
She does. However, her difficulty score is going to be impacted because normally she combines those 4 elements: the switch leap onto the balance beam, then the switch half, and then a back pike. And she actually improvised quite well, repeating the switch leap, and so perhaps she has saved herself quite a lot. Wonderful backhand spring to 2 layout step out series. Something Simone Biles has had to think about in this competition, particularly in the team final, that she's not really had to for the last several years, is the numbers that she needs in order to retain a lead or in order to win. She said on floor exercise in the team final, before she went up, she wanted to know the number she needed.
There was a small issue at the start of the routine, but then we saw what we have so often seen from Simone Biles, this ability to manage a competition and to produce an absolutely first-rate display.
What quick thinking from her, and the rest of the routine was exceptional, right down to the dismount.
That could well help her start to pull away now as the competition goes on. Could be that rotation number 3 is the vital one. Ondina Champong, 14th place at the halfway stage of the competition. And she scored 14.3 for this vault in the preliminary round, her double twisting Yurchenko.
Normally this is excellent.
And it is in this final too. It's graceful and stylish as ever from a thrilled-looking Ondina Champong. She's the reigning English all-around champion. And she also took a medal in the open category at the Welsh Championships.
Just take a look at the block and the twist. Very good form. Just a slight crossing of her ankles.
In fourth position at the halfway stage, the hugely impressive Kaelia Nimor. Now, there's no question we've seen her on her two highest scoring pieces at this stage of her career. She's only 16 after all. But what we have seen is very impressive.
Oh, clearly. And she's not bad at all on floor exercise either. It's only on vault where she could potentially improve her difficulty a bit.
And there's lots of time, isn't there?
Loads. Like you say, Ollie, she is only 16 years old. This is the beginning for her.
She won the African all-around championship along with a bronze for the Algerian team in Pretoria in South Africa in May. Kaelia Nimor. One can barely believe that she is a World Championship debutant, Blythe.
What a stunning performance she has had. There's plenty of difficulty in this exercise, tumbling-wise. This is her second pass, an Arabian double front. Quite secure on the landing.
14.433. Simone Biles is in the lead as things stand. Unlikely to remain so. 14.133. Ondina Champong goes into second place at the moment in the all-around competition, but a long way to go in this rotation. Paulina Schaefer-Betz, unfortunately in 24th position after the problems that she had on floor, but fortunately okay after the problems that she had on floor. She now goes to vault.
She opts for a simple vault handspring front tuck half. She actually might have been attempting something harder than that, and at the last minute decided to tuck her legs down. And that's a smart move. If there was something that she was feeling was off, perhaps in her run or when she hit the table. It's a nice looking vault, but it's not particularly difficult.
Lee Yun-so from the Republic of Korea, the 20-year-old Olympian from Seoul. She was almost in the top 20 at the Olympic Games.
It is a workmanlike Yurchenko with a full twist. It's not particularly powerful, and she does bend her legs slightly in the third phase, the after flight.
Her father, Lee Jong, was an international gymnast in the 1990s. Her brother, Lee Jang-won, competed at international level as well, so really steeped in gymnastics heritage, the Lee family. 12.733. It is down by around 3/4 of a mark from the qualification performance. Kelly Namor, 12.7. That is exactly the same as she scored in qualification. She's currently second in the all-around standings, but some big performances still to come. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands, 11th at the halfway stage of the competition. Now she goes to floor. .22-year-old Naomi Visser from Papendrecht in the south of Holland, or the South Holland province, I should say. 5th on floor at the last World Championships.
And she's come here with an upgraded second tumbling pass, added to her first tumbling pass, which always stuns everybody. And then, to cap it off, she does a double tuck right at the end to a stuck landing. Well done.
12.733 with a 3.8 difficulty vault, so lower than was indicated, as you observed, Blythe.
She flashed a 4.6 difficulty, and in the team qualification, she did the same vault but laid out.
Over on balance beam, Flavia Saraiva, gymnast who scored 13.4 in qualification.
And this can be such a wonderful apparatus for her.
She's been a Pan-American champion on the beam. She won the silver medal at the Youth Olympic Games in 2014.
This is something of a remixed routine from what she's shown in other years, but this has remained part of it. Back handspring layout, step out. Often when she feels like it, she adds a second layout step out, making the combination that much harder. And the way that she does a switch ring leap, the position that she gets, one of the very best in the world. She capitalizes on it with a ring jump as well.
think it's safe to say that she's a gymnast who is admired for her heart and her fight as much as for her style.
Globally so.
Flavia Saraiva of Brazil, team medalist. How wonderful it is to say that, the first South American nation ever to win a team medal at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Brilliant.
What an accomplishment. Here's her acrobatic sequence. Back handspring layout. And one of the highlights of the routine was the dismount, stuck double pike.
14.033 is the reward. It's an improvement of about 3/4 of a mark from qualifying. 13.533, Naomi Visser, down by 2/10 from the qualification score. In 23rd place, after the halfway stage, Georgia Godwin of Australia. She won the Commonwealth Games title on vault in Birmingham last year.
She actually has 2 strong vaults to choose from here. She's going with the one she often competes second, the Sugahara, with 1.5 twists. Well landed.
Brazil's Rebeca Andrade, second place, coming into rotation number 3. Very close to Simone Biles. How close can she remain? She scored 13.8 in qualifying.
And Biles posted 14.433, throwing down the proverbial gauntlet for Andrade in this exercise. Apart from one small wobble on a leap about 15 seconds ago, however, Andrade looks very aggressive. She's through her back handspring layout, her switch ring, her side aerial. The dismount is coming. She too has 2 to choose from. In training, she did 1 full twisting double tuck. This is going to be just a double pike.
Brazil's Rebeca Andrade working extremely impressively on balance beam, as she tends to do in major competitions, because whenever there is a medal to be fought for, she will fight for it. Georgia Godwin, 13.6. Alice D'Amato, the next gymnast to vault. She scored 14 in qualification. Double twisting Yurchenko.
Oh, very well landed. After her stumble on floor, that's a nice way for her to get back on track.
She was 8th in the all-around competition at the World Championships in 2021.
And now on uneven bars, Germany, Sarah Voss.
13.933 is Alice D'Amato's score. Down by less than 1/10 from the preliminary stage of the competition as we prepare ourselves for what is going to be a very intriguing final rotation. There's still some ironing out to be done in this one, though. We start with Morgane Osisek on floor. She scored 13.433 in qualifying. Morgane Osisek may not be the gymnast who grabs the headlines in the French team after the conclusion of the team final, but her contribution has been outstanding. She must have her own chapter when this story is retold. 13.5. Rebecca Andrade is in second place. The gap, as we expected, has grown. Simone Biles is now over a mark to the good. All gymnasts have their own way they like to handle competition. Some like to watch what other competitors are doing. Others prefer simply to be in their own little bubble. We go to Alice Kinsella on beam, and it was on beam in qualification where right at the start her chance of being in the all-around final seemed to have come to an end. However, she's in for Jessica Gadirova, and she's a European champion on this apparatus.
On occasion, she has definitely had problems with her mount sequence. She opts not to try to connect the switch leap to the front aerial today. This sequence can be just wonderful. Side aerial, back layout, back layout.
It's pretty wonderful today.
Yes, it is.
On the subject of gymnasts, for we were talking about Morgane Osisek earlier, who have contributed enormous amounts to the team. What Alice Kinsella has done as not just an on-the-competition floor performer for the British team, but what she has done as a leader figure for them cannot be overestimated.
No, it certainly cannot be. Every year at the World Championships, she has gotten better and better.
Alice Kinsella in this all-around final and through just about on beam. Morgane Osisek, 13.133 for the French gymnast. So So extraordinary, that team bronze medal the French won. Alice Kinsella, 13.433 for her on beam. That is an improvement quite substantially of 1.3 marks from qualification. In this battle for the ages between Simone Biles and Rebecca Andrade, there is a third factor in the equation that is extremely significant and wanting to impose her own narrative. Quite right too. Shilese Jones now takes to the beam, having had a very fine competition so far.
Lovely mount combination. Switch leap onto the beam, combined with a switch leap half. This is great too. Standing Arabian front. And she'll do 3 elements in this flight series. Back handspring to 2 feet, and a layout to 2 feet.
The gap between her and Rebecca Andrade was less than a few tenths coming into this rotation. It will be fascinating to see where the numbers fall at the conclusion, because it might look a little different.
If she can keep this going, she is in for a very good score. Side aerial, terrific. So far, she has not wavered at all. Her dismount is complicated. 2 back handsprings to double pike.
To think that she contemplated retirement when she did not get into the last Olympic team. To think we almost missed out on this. What a resurgence in her career.
It has been. It's been the most brilliant 2 years for Shilese Jones. And it continues.
Tora Torsdottir on the uneven bars. 25-year-old gymnast from Rotterdam.
And you speak about Alice Kinsella and what she has brought to the British team. Well, Tora Torsdottir in the Netherlands has been one of a core group of Dutch gymnasts that have lifted them to heights that they had never been to before.
She's performing well in this all-around final. 7th place at the halfway stage of the competition. Torsdottir, the 24th best performer in qualification. Her 9th place in the all-around competition at the Olympic Games in Rio was a real watershed moment for Dutch gymnastics. Her score here is 13.433. So that is up by almost 2 tenths from the preliminary round. She's overall performing at a far stronger level than in qualification.
And there's a score for Shilese Jones, 14.066.
Chu Chi Yuen on floor. Her score in qualification was 12.833. From the People's Republic of China, 16-year-old Chu Chi-yuen. Gymnast who was 5th at the conclusion of the second rotation. She's having a very good campaign. One of the least experienced in the entire field. Her score, 13.166. She's in 4th place. Up from qualification. And at the moment, the athlete who's leading the peloton. Well done to her.
Dus de dancecam die maar de wavecam geloven. Niels, allerlaatste warm-up momentje. Hoe zit het met de standings dan?
14.066. Charlize Jones moves into second place.
With Simone Biles in first place, followed by Charlize Jones.
With one rotation to go in the women's all-around final, Simone Biles now has a gap of almost a mark over a different gymnast, Charlize Jones, not Rebecca Andrade. The Brazilian is in 3rd place, and there is quite a gap now emerging between 3rd and 4th, a gap of around a full mark. So it looks really as though we've got a runaway group of 3 who are going to contest the order of those medals more than anything else. Of course, there could be some surprises, we never know, but it seems at the moment as though all of the action is going to be determined in terms of the podium on floor. And it will, of course, be Simone Biles as the top qualifier, who has the privilege of performing last. Her performance in qualification was extremely strong. It was nothing compared to her performance in the team final. Simone Biles there was absolutely incredible.
And what she has shown this evening is her capability of fighting. She was not in the lead after the first rotation, and on balance beam, there really was a head-to-head between her and Andrade. And she comported herself very well after a very small mistake on her mount sequence. She came back and she
Kélia Nemor, who was leading.
And this
Sorry, VPN troubles.
Tumbling pass after what looked an extremely compressed landing early on. She's walking gingerly. We just hope all is well for Flavia Saraiva. Goodness. The last performance in this all-around final from Kélia Nemour of Algeria. 5th. Going into rotation number 4. It's the last we're seeing from her today. We'll see a lot more from her in the future.
A smooth Yurchenko with a full twist. It only has a difficulty score of 4.2 compared to 5.0 for the double. She does it well, and it's not a question of execution or mechanics. It is simply going to be the fact that it's an easier vault than a lot that we have seen tonight.
We'll see her in the uneven bars final tomorrow, and we now go to the uneven bars. Lee Yun-so of the Republic of Korea, silver medalist on this apparatus at the Asian Championships in Singapore, where the Republic of Korea team also took the overall team silver medal.
She has some very good in-bar Stalder work as well. Once again, in-bar to a blind into a pike Jaeger.
It's very easy to see why she's won 2 medals at continental level on the uneven bars. That's a gymnast in Lee Yun-so who looks so confident and comfortable on that piece, and she brings her final to a close.
An in-bar Stalder is when the gymnast's feet really come near the bar, but between her shoulders. It's one of the harder things you can do on uneven bars, and she does it very well. She also does this dismount, full twisting double tuck very well.
.766. Kélia Nemour is in the gold medal position. Now all others must seek to go beyond her. Flavia Saraiva, 12.2.
Okay, so from what I gathered from Flavia is that it wasn't like
Medical attention at the moment.
it was a high ankle, maybe a sprain.
And really good that she had the wherewithal to opt out of that final tumbling pass in full. Ellie Black, 17th place with 1 performance to go. She scored 13.4 in qualification.
Here we go.
It's a great routine, this.
That cast on her left leg. Alice Kinsella would be, right here after Ellie it will be Rebecca. Oh, she's out again. It's quirky ass floor, please. Shut me up, Ellie Black, please. And no. Sudden commentary face like. Or doing. Johanna, you said you would sell your 3 cousins on your dad's side. So I mean, I understand. I stand by it.
Let's just not care about the scoreboard for a minute. Let's forget we're watching the all-around final at the World Championships.
I know yours
is.
This is a new routine for her, and from a creativity and expression standpoint, it is just stunning. She said it's a routine about blocking out the noise. Strong statement.
And something she managed to do incredibly in the team final. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos managed to keep all of the distractions out of her head as she stepped up to balance beam.
Double twisting Yurchenko.
Lovely finish, really good finish. Once again, we see from Melanie de Jesus dos Santos at the business end of the competition some excellent gymnastics. A tricky day in this all-around final at large, but a hugely successful contribution to these World Championships. Kishi Irina, 13th, coming into the last rotation. She scored 12.7 in qualifying, excuse me, sorry.
She has been a bright presence for Japan at these World Championships. She's a gymnast who is really full of potential. Very nice switch ring. Tidy back handspring layout step out. In watching her beam work, you can really see how all of the components are there. And if she can continue this work through the dismount, she's in for a nice score. Japan, of course, has had 2 world champions on balance beam during the past couple of years.
Very well done to the least experienced gymnast internationally in this entire field, Kishi Irina. Lee Yun-so, 13.766. She is in 7th position at the moment. Kalia Nemore still leads. Ellie Black, 12.9, goes into 5th place. So at the moment we have Kalia Nemore of Algeria ahead of Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France, ahead of Naomi Visser of the Netherlands. But we now come to Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. 3rd place with 1 performance to go. Qualified the team for the Olympics, tick. Won a team medal, tick. Another all-around podium position, it's got to be a tick, surely. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, 14.066. She is currently in second place. Chu Yuen, fourth position with one performance to come. She now vaults. What a good competition she's had.
Indeed. Much like we saw from Kalia Moore of Algeria, vault is an apparatus where for her the score is bound to be lower because she just doesn't have a super difficulty vault. But that was very nicely delivered.
Methode Tosdottir, seventh position, coming to her last apparatus. 12.133 in qualification. Remember, she was the 24th best in the preliminary round.
There's a slight problem on her round-off back handspring mount, but she does very well not to make it a bigger one. Turn into switch leap, into another full turn with her leg at her head. Lovely work. And she is someone who clearly pays as much attention to the choreography on balance beam as she does to the tumbling elements. Such expressivity in everything she does, even in a turn of her head. And the way she uses her head on balance beam is quite unique. A lot of gymnasts just focus on the end of the beam, but she really takes the time to look outwards or upwards, and it adds another dimension to her work.
An excellent competition from Methode Tosdottir of the Netherlands at her fourth World Championships. Chu Yuen, 13.2. She goes into the gold medal position. And now there is a new score that has to be surpassed, 54.799. It might be a short-lived lead with Rebecca Andrade's score to come in, as Kishirina scores 13.533. 9 years between them, Kishirina and Methode Tosdottir. Into the gold medal position goes Rebecca Andrade, 14.066. So it is now Andrade, Chu and Nemore, 1, 2 and 3. We go to Alice Kinsella of Great Britain, 6th position with one performance to come. Alice Kinsella, a most welcome addition to this all-around final. A gymnast who initially didn't make it in due to the 2 per country rule in qualification, but she has taken her place with the sort of quality we always expect from Alice Kinsella.
What a way to step up from her. It's never easy to go into a competition like a world all-around final without the time to mentally prepare yourself. But she has done exactly that, and she has had a phenomenal competition tonight. Beautiful routine to end.
You're looking at an athlete who has gone quietly about becoming one of the best in the world. And this is one of the best results of her career. I thought of Torsdottir, 13.566. She is in 4th position at the moment in the all-around final. Brilliant display from her. Now to Manila Esposito, one of the young athletes in this competition.
This is going to be a Yurchenko with 1.5 twists. And she has done it just like that throughout the team final and the qualification. Just a carbon copy. It's such a steady piece of gymnastics.
She's been a real revelation as an all-around performer at these championships, hasn't she?
Oh, she has. And it's a testament to the Italian depth that they were able to call on her, and she's come out and performed like this.
13.766. She's currently in 6th position. Still, Andrade leads. Then Chu. Then now it's Alice D'Amato who's gone into 3rd position. The leaderboard updating all the time. .233. Alice Kinsella is in 5th position. Well done to her on a really good campaign in this all-around final. Now, some interesting numbers to scrutinise here. The silver medalist from last year, Shilese Jones. She needs a score of in excess of 13.83 to go into the lead. In qualification, she scored 13.8. In the team final, 13.566.
We have just witnessed something remarkable on floor exercise from Shilese Jones. Perhaps the save of this competition on her penultimate tumbling pass. She was quite crooked and off coming out of her full twisting front layout, which she does into the double tuck. And she just managed to keep going somehow and get it around. that was extraordinary to watch. This is her first pass. No problem with the double twisting, double tuck. But it was the second pass that was something amazing. Well done to her for somehow managing to keep going and make the pass.
Alice D'Amato on the uneven bars. She has been a European champion, and it was this year.
This is a wonderful combination. A downy straight through to Bahardwaj. She stunned a lot of people when she introduced that early this year. This is quite classic Italian uneven bars. Full pirouette. And then right into the double front half out dismount. She looks delighted with that, and she should.
In qualification, 13.033. It was not anything like the sort of performance that we were hoping to see from her, with her being a real contender for a medal.
And as a result of that, she won't perform in the uneven bars final. She did have a fall. How nice it must feel to make this routine finally at the World Championships.
14.666 the score for Alice D'Amato. She's currently in the bronze medal position. She goes ahead of Aitoda Tozdottir. But we have the score for Charlize Jones to come in. Andrade leads. Will it continue thus? A score of around 13.9 would be required. It's 13.4. Charlize Jones is in second place. And that means that there is an extremely high likelihood of seeing Rebecca Andrade in silver medal position. We can't say more than that because there are still some other gymnasts performing. But there's one last performance to come. It is Simone Biles of the United States of America as she goes for the 6th career all-around world championship title, and she needs only about 13 to do it.
My stream was like, no, we're not watching that. What the fuck happened? Refresh. My stream was like, nope, we're done with that. We're done with that.
The crowd when that's
should I rewind?
Remarkably unexpected.
I'm gonna rewind. No one, let me rewind.
Remarkably unexpected moment happened.
My stream is sentient.
Was surprised with that stumble, including, I think, Simone Biles.
She
very
tripped on her
expressive.
leap.
The look on her face afterwards was kind of like, oh, did I just do that? But she came back so well, and she nailed her final tumbling pass. The tumbling in this routine is really second to none. It begins with the double layout, full out first pass. And then, of course, there is the biles. This is the route. This is the element that in this arena 10 years ago she had named for her.
That's
and
a double
this
layout.
is the final pass, a double layout, the biles minus the half twist.
Yeah, she had a leap series.
She came to Antwerp in 2013 to make her name. Now she needs to prove nothing to anyone. She has accomplished so much in her career that there is no doubting her status as one of the finest to have ever done this. It's not as though that is up for debate, but what is possibly about to be cemented is her 6th all-around World Championship title, which would draw her level with Uchimura Kohei, the Japanese great in men's gymnastics. At the moment, Rebecca Andrade leads. It's added a little moment of intrigue, that unexpected stumble. So at the moment, Andrade, Jones, Chu,
He's so stressed out.
56.766, 56.332, 54.799. A score of 12.9 plus would be sufficient for Simone Biles to make it number 6.
I know my parents had a heart attack.
The score is enormous. 58.3.
There she is.
6 of them.
She is beauty, she is
World
grace.
Championship titles
She is
in
Simone
all-around
fucking
gymnastics.
Biles.
She may have drawn level with Uchimura Kohei, but in women's artistic gymnastics, she is peerless. 6 titles.
What is my score though? 55. Okay.
She stands alone, and Rebecca Andrade is once again
All
a medalist
black
in
podium.
the all-around competition. She takes second place.
Now I'm crying again. An all black podium. When has it
Lovely
ever
that she gets a
happened?
moment to celebrate with her great friend and teammate, Flavia.
When has-
Stavaeva.
oh, look at-
Another
look at
silver medal for the
Flavia.
Brazilians at these World Championships. And the USA
All black stadium,
picking up
Cap.
2
All
of the
black
3
stadium.
medals. Charlize
Black
Jones,
parade.
the silver medalist from last year,
Oh.
winning the bronze medal. It is, Blythe, another demonstration of why Simone Biles is the
Oh, look at the Florida gang.
greatest
I know it's at the Florida
all-around
gang.
performer.
Could be, though.
It's
No.
extraordinary. She just never ever loses one.
No, and she deserved this one just as richly as she deserved all of the others. It started here 10 years ago, and it continues tonight.
58.399 for Simone Biles, confirming
The bib is off.
her status as the all-around champion of the world. With Simone Biles, she's won so much. She's produced such enormously high numbers.
Listen.
She's broken so many records that it's really difficult to
The
actually
average
decide
age
which
of the
number
WAC
to
podium is
focus on at any one
23.67
time.
years
I
old.
suppose here
Ollie,
it is
you've
the
talked
6th
enough.
title.
You've
And
talked
it is
enough.
also perhaps now the fact
Yes, girlfriend, you've talked enough. Y'all, I just want to give a huge thank you to each and every one of you that watched with us, that followed us, that subscribed with us. It means the world. You have no idea. It means the world to be able. It's truly a privilege to be able to bring you guys this competition.
She certainly has come back
She said she was going to do her
as
double and try to
somebody-
do it again.
as one of the biggest somebodies in world sport.
known and recognized by everybody.
Well, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for Biggie.
Because whenever I looked into my board to take you, I kicked the floor there.
As if there could have ever been a moment of doubt that her return to elite level international competition.
C'est devenu une habitude de gagner pour el MDR.
And once
I don't know
again
what that
with her
means.
Club teammate Melanie de Jesus dos Santos.
Anytime, y'all. This is, I mean, if you are an international fan, hold on, let me mute off for this. If you're an international fan and you've never been able to see NCAA, you have found the right place. I will be streaming every single important NCAA meet this next season and in the future or whatever. So if you've never watched NCAA, welcome. This is your home. We will be streaming all of the NCAA meets we can on this channel starting in in December for LSU 101. So stick around, follow, turn on notifications, all the things. We're getting so many followers. Yeah, but you will watch NCAA on the stream. I promise you, even NCAA championships, regionals, the whole shebang will be on this channel. Thank you, Pikachu. Oh, right. As far as my own, moving forward from We Love Gymnastics, I will be actually focusing on Addicts at Night. I will be bringing you guys long form content, and it will be more so informational slash kind of satirical gymnastics content. Think Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, but make it gymnastics. I will be flexing my graphic design muscles in that, and really my investigative journalistic muscles in that. It's something that is very near and dear to my heart, having been raised in a journalistic family. Why is the camera so low? What is going on there? Thank you all for joining us. I am going to go now. Yes, Catherine is. I will be going on mute. You guys, please enjoy the Medicine Moshe edit. Wow. So you guys enjoy the medal ceremony. I will be back right after, and I think we might stick around and watch the Gymcastic live thing. If not, then I might end the live here and go live my life. Oh, there's the no. Okay, let's see. Let's see, what is this? Oh, I can't. They blocked me. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh, look at the balloon, Simone. Girl, hold up the O. Hold up the O. Jess was injured in warm-ups. Oh. Yeah, thank you so much for the follows. Louisa 151209, Jane _Brisbane, else _ Faiza, LKM1, Girod, MX Dizord, Agrene, Masua Poet, Plant Wisdom, for Biggie, Christina Gabrielle 4, Ocean Duret, Rick Sykes, RF Exer. I mean, I gotta give you guys a shout out. Brian Druet, Takrid, Sarah Daziv, IDN Gilot, Clemens Bosch, Liza _ Lucy Lambert, Lolago 879, Creepy Crunchy Cracker. Oh my god, Creepy Crunchy Cracker. Oh. Creepy Crunchy Cracker. I know exactly what that's from. Oh, that's so funny. It's Creepy Crunchy Cracker. Oh, jeez, that's so funny. Zoyali, Melis, 09008. Hi, Law Lady. DFM, Alicia, 17 Lone _ SN, 01 _ CC _ 01. Jajadam 2322, Mila MCE, Aliyah _ MBK, Betty Malou, Laxer 6, Wallbug, Zimmer 00, Vayu 971, Samuel GNT, Plumwell, Goopix4, Intux _ Kardashiab, Corksniton, Elena 1508, Billy Jim, Gael 194, Dinant, Salami D. I'm terrible at these, and so on and so forth. All of you. Thank you so much for following us. I'm gonna go mute now. You guys enjoy the medal ceremony. I'm gonna go get some coffee again. I just finished one coffee, but I feel like I need another one. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you. And Camarok Dorme. Yes. Oh, so it is important to you. Okay, let me keep going. Pamki 1, Bribri Sada, Marie Emily 624, Salome, D&D-ish. Let's see who else. Gloopsy, Infinity Jones 16, Claudia NM, Talas 13, The Dreamer 1, Lucy Donna, M3 East 4, Matilde Suarez, Chak Bien, Noem Nomil PB Harmony 000077777, Tito Pepito, Low Lady, El Pepitos, I am Jess Grant, it's Hales _B2, L _BTLN, X Emily X, 18, Swift, T Swift Forever, hey Swifty, hey gay, Creepy Country Cracker, East Jeb, JA, Luane 071021, Lunathy, Lily Def, Nymerial, Lulu Kema, Stella _BVS, Alex ADN, Thais. Oh gosh, so many of you. Plump Queen, Lil Ulub, Nanis56, Lily _LFBV, Juice, Anxis, UN37, Nade, Gavilion, Verodile 2000, Vagolart, said 111120, Bazinga Kapili, Morgaine, BTN, Eve 4434, Aurelad. Okay, that's enough. I think I'm already at the end of them. SGMX, Fan Money BC, Elidu, Luisa, Jane. Okay, let me stop talking.
The African
Enjoy.
champion has arrived globally, and it was worth the wait for all of us. Well done to Alice Kinsella of Great Britain, 7th place, coming in unexpectedly before the start of competition. Fantastic performance from Eitora Torsdottir of the Netherlands. 6th position, her best ever. Alice D'Amato of Italy finishing 5th. Really strong conclusion to her campaign on the uneven bars. Chu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China finishing 4th. The leader of the chasing pack. An excellent display from the World Championship debutant. Shiley's Jones is on the podium again. 2 World Championships in a row. The all-around bronze medalist.
Second place and silver medal.
After her silver medal last year in Liverpool, she has proven her consistency, as has she. What a championship for Brazil and for Rebecca Andrade, adding to her team silver medal. She takes the all-around silver.
Gold medal winner and world champion for the United States of America, Simone Biles.
6 gold medals at the World Championships in the all-around competition for Simone Biles of the United States of America. She returns to international competition where she began international competition.
And we need to add, she now stands alone in the record of most decorated gymnast of all time at the World Championships. That beats any other gymnast ever. Ever. Even ma'am back there. You know who you are.
Proud moment for the presentation party.
Thank you, Kevin.
Getting to be part of such an occasion.
For us to live and watch this icon and someone who will be forever a history maker is incredible to witness.
And what an occasion.
Simone will have 5 of those dinosaurs. Yes, I will. Choco Gwen, yes, I will. I will be live tomorrow for the event finals. And again, the day after that. And then we're done until Santiago.
And we will have the national anthem of the United States of America.
rough. Don't cry, queen. Oh, she's crying. My voice is not warmed up for that, no, girl. Free. Not gonna come out.
There are some things in life that change, and there are other things in life
like
that are
right
Simone
about
Biles
Passaggio.
going to the Olympic Games as the reigning world all-around champion.
Not the Passaggio.
That just seems to be how it is.
No, with the vernacular.
The medalists in the women's all-around competition at the World Championships of Artistic
she's
Gymnastics
crying.
in Antwerp. And real signs of
The Longines,
emotion
price for elegance, go doesn't
on the
exist
face
anymore.
of Simone Biles.
Aww.
Simone Biles has stood on an awful lot of podiums and had the
That has
US anthem
never happened
played
before.
in her honor, but rarely has she looked so emotional.
There can be no pretending that it hasn't been a turbulent journey. There can be no avoiding the difficulties that she faced in the lead up to the Olympic Games, during the Olympic Games,
It's huge comeback from twisties and a huge break to dominate again. No wonder she's emotional.
To get to this moment.
Not only that, but I mean, look at that. There's
overcome
never in
so many
life. I'm sorry, I love you. Bye. In a sport that has been dominated by white women since its inception. Oh, she has a little bit. Oh. For 3 black women to stand upon the podium of the most prestigious competition in the gymnastics sport, this is huge. This is huge. Not only does representation matter, but this. Imagine what this will do in Brazil. Imagine what it will do in the United States, even on the men's side. I mean, it's just. Oh, they're throwing little plushies because the fans are throwing plushies on the floor. Oh, Renee, say hi to your mom for me. She's my favorite. She's so funny. I see her on your stream all the time. The goat. She's on the goat hat. She's on the goat hat. Oh, yeah, those medals are god awful. Oh, that's your wife. Oh my god, that's your wife. Oh my gosh. Say hi to your wifey. My apologies. I thought that was your mom. I apologize. See, that's why I shouldn't assume. That's why I shouldn't assume. Because when you assume, you make an ass out of yourself. And I just made an ass out of myself. Your mom's in the UK. Okay. Well, tell your wife I said hi. She goes, bro, that's my wife. Oh, addicts. You're terrible. Okay, so, Catherine, if you're still in the chat, hi, Isis. If you're still in the chat, what time tomorrow? Or does anybody know what time tomorrow? It's earlier, right? It's like 2 hours earlier, I believe. Actually, I think I have it on my calendar. In my calendar. No! Don't tell her that! No! She doesn't! No! Oh, just sweet. And finals, 9 a.m. So we will be here. Yeah, no, we will be here at 9 a.m. in the morning. So, hi, Arikaras. So we'll be here at 9 a.m. in the morning. So that means, is it? You know what? I'll be here at 8, just in case. Oh, look at the scenery. We love it. That will be a good. We start at noon, so that will be 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours earlier. 5 hours earlier. Is it really? Hold on, let me do math. I said, let me do math. Yeah. I'll be here around like 8 a.m. Yeah, it is 7 a.m. PST. It is. But I'll be here at I'll be here at 6 a.m. PST just to wake up, just to like do some morning stuff. You know what I mean? Just to like warm up with you. Gonna eat breakfast with y'all for sure. Yeah, for sure, Renee. I'm gonna be here early in the morning. We'll do breakfast together. We'll kind of we give you a recap of what's to come. It's 2 p.m. in Antwerp because I have time for chart for Worlds, and it says EFB starts at 8 a.m. EST. Okay. Oh, EST. Oh shit. So that'd be 7 a.m. for me. So I'll be here at 6 a.m. Central. I guess I just want to sleep tonight. Oh, I'll sleep here in a bit, and then I will just wake up. Yeah, it is. So ordered lots of coffee. Actually, we just got a whole shipment in of UK pods. My mom finally decided to try a pumpkin spice, and so we're now like pumpkin spice people, which is very happy for me. Very happy. Oh gosh, I can imagine. Yeah, so I will be here in the morning. We'll come on early. Let me go to Gymcastic right now. Let's see how much time they're probably gonna be in that arena for a minute. Let's see. Good thing I don't care about Mag. Well, we should. You should. We all should care about Mag. What are these graphics? Okay, let's see. How long until they come on? I sure just don't get it. Max should win Pommel. So it's going to be live in about an hour. I'm not going to make you guys wait that long. So I know I made you guys wait I didn't make you guys wait. We just kind of, Last Day of Worlds is Sunday, yes. And just a little shout out. We Love Gymnastics is not coming back. My former co-host made her thoughts very clear on her own YouTube. I'm not going to dive into all that because I just feel like it's not worth it. You guys saw what happened on the stream. Bye, Renee. Take care of your toddler and tell your wife that I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. I just, I didn't want to assume about anybody. How you doing? ¿Cómo está? But yeah, I might keep it on here. I don't know if you guys want to watch this. I'll leave it on. If not, then I'm going to head off to my life. And by my life, I mean I'm going to go walk Klaus. We're going to get some lunch. We're going to take some nappies. Thank you, Creepy Country Cracker. Oh, we also have a Trixie email. Look, where's it at? Where's she at? There she is. Look, Trixie email. We need a cocktail one, speaking of. But yeah, let me know in the chat if you want to watch the Gymcastic thing. If not, then I'm going to head out. Do you guys want to watch this or... No. Thank you, V1 Jalen. I really appreciate that. Oh, thank you, V1 Jalen. So, do you guys want to watch this or should I head out? Because if I can head out, the thing is, I don't argue with people on. You guys are gonna watch. Okay, well then. I mean, all I have to say on her video is if that's the way she feels, that's the way she feels. Those thoughts were never expressed to me at length. It wasn't that I have loyalty towards her. It was the fact that in the moment, I did not think that what she said was correct. Thank you, Creepy Country Cracker. But I'm not one. Oh, look at the little bits. I'm not one to tell people how to feel about how they feel. So, you're next to Nautica Manich. Hey, girl, how you doing? Yeah, and I would have appreciated I feel like had we talked about it, we could have moved past that. But at this point in my life, honestly, after all I've been through, I really don't. I'm not gonna beg anybody to stay in my life. If she wants to go on and do her own thing, more power to her. I will always support her. I will always support anything she does. I love her as a person. I love the person that she is, and I have no ill will because I mean at the end of the day, like what would it serve me? I'm gonna disconnect from Denmark, and if it kicks us off, back in the USA, we're back in the USA. Cool. But yeah, I mean, I will always support her. I will always love her. You know, she was one of my closest friends, and at this point, you know, I'm not gonna beg anybody to stay in my life. Because I've done that for too long, and I finally feel peace within me. I I don't I don't I don't see the need to cause beef. I feel like what she said in the moment was ugly and should not have been said. And if she can't see that, then that's okay. You know, we all have different perspectives. Like I was talking to my mom about it, and she was just like, you know, sometimes that happens, and those are growing pains, and you have to understand that sometimes people, you know, have different perspectives, and sometimes you're even though you might have common interests, sometimes you're going to disagree, and it takes a certain kind of person to be able to move past disagreements. And she never talked to me about stopping the streams. She never talked to me about anything regarding to that. In fact, she was always excited about the streams, so I don't know where that's coming from. And I mean, regardless, oh, about me being a chameleon, that was kind of weird. Actually, I have to call Tiki. So I'm gonna leave you guys to this, and I'm gonna go make a call, and I'm gonna go get some coffee, and hopefully by then we'll be ready to go on here on the Gymcastic. And I'll see you guys in a bit. So go get some snacks, come on back, and we'll be here. Okay? Be right back. And I'm back. Hello. Oh, I just burped. Okay. Again, confirmation. So I wanted to talk about a little bit of what's coming for, I guess, me. I am effectively now a free agent. Which I'm excited about. What that means moving forward is that I get to do whatever I want now, which I'm excited about. Like I said earlier, for those of you who are just joining us now, We Love Gymnastics. We Love Gymnastics is not coming back. Kind of like frenemies on H2 podcast. Things happen, right, Kathy? Things happen, and things happen for a reason. I'm not upset. I don't hate Michaela. I could never hate Michaela. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Klaus. So me and Klaus are free agents. I think what we're gonna do. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on Addicts at Night and things of that nature. Think John Oliver's Last Week Tonight, the gymnastics. So basically, we'll be taking. I already have 8 episodes written out actually, and I've been just looking for time to focus on them. Which no time but the present, right, Kathy? Yes, Klaus. Yes, Klaus. I'm also going to be starting a new TikTok live series called the Tumble of Tarot, because I'm learning how to read tarot cards, and so we're gonna incorporate gymnastics into tarot cards. The Tumble of Tarot. That'll be on TikTok live, starting. I don't know when. Hi, Klaus. Enough, Klaus. Enough. I have to get this out. But yeah, it'll be fun. I think it'll be kind of show you my esoteric side, I guess. I got this really cool deck that has all the meanings on it and whatnot. I'm a newbie, so there's that. I'm also going to be kind of focusing on not the dark side of gymnastics, but just like we're gonna have an abuse panel. We're gonna. Look forward to all new graphics, so that'll be kind of fun. But it'll be more long form gymnastics content for me. It won't be so much live as it will be pre-recorded and really edited to the nines, and just kind of showing you guys what all I can do in terms of graphic design, because I'm really excited about that. Something I've been wanting to do for a while now, and I'm really excited about. We've been building out. So we extended my room in my parents' house, and which is something they wanted to do regardless. So we added a little annex, I guess you can call it. It's kind of like it's a room which we are insulating and all that in this coming week, and it'll be my new studio / my parents' washing machine room, but a laundry room, I guess. And so I'm gonna be filming in there, and we have everything set up, and it looks really cool. And so it'll be green screen to the nines. It'll be graphics. It'll be that kind of thing. Actually, let me show you what it'll look like. I do have a preview on here. Better sound quality. That this is just, again, this is something I put together to see if the graphics worked. I never finished it, which I should have, but oh well. But it'll be something like this. Let me open a new tab. Let's go to my content. And it is right. That's my homework. So, this one's kind of fun. I was really skinny in this one. So let's look at this one. This is what it'll look like. Kind of tangentially. These are old. Oh, shit. about that right now. We're doing homework. We'll talk about it later. Oh, I know I'm not dressed up. Girl, we tried. Okay, we tried it. My dog's snoring. Let's just do this. Believe it or not, music education is actually an incredibly fundamental part of a child's development. Let me show you the facts. From higher test scores to your reading comprehension level, social ability, and career trajectory, music education and its impact reaches far beyond the classroom. In 2012, the College Board, otherwise known as the people responsible for the SAT, 1530, reported that students who participated in music scored an average of 31 points higher than average in reading, 23 points in math, and 31 points in writing. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but math scores are terrible. Seriously, don't ask me to help you with math. Like, I see a number in the letter and I think you're playing bingo, so it's not going to happen. Don't ask me for help. My dog's sleeping. Another study, this one conducted by MIT, I'm telling you, I did my research, I got my sources and everything, determined that the cerebral cortex of a concert pianist is enlarged by 30% on average compared to people that are considered intellectual but who did not have instrumental music education. Additionally, another study found that 75% of Silicon Valley CEOs had an instrumental music education as a child. Further, telling you, sources, PBS reported that the Children's Music Workshop, I don't know who these children are or what workshop it is, but whatever, found that musical training physically develops a part of the left side of the brain known to be involved with processing language and can actually wire the brain circuits in specific ways. Linking familiar songs to new information can also help imprint information in young minds. So maybe the next time your teacher doesn't let you listen to music during class, just tell them that listening to Cardi B is the only way you'll retain the information for next week's midterm. I digress. I can't deny I do have some sort of bias when it comes to music education. In Plainview, my hometown, go Bulldogs, football is a religion, and as a result, anything that has to do with it, including marching band and other select activities, are given priority over many, many others. Actually, our high school's marching band is kind of quasi-famous.
Not the cutaway, please.
The powerhouse of the Plains is at Plainview High School. The Plainview Band is the oldest in the state of Texas. In 2017, they celebrated their 100-year anniversary with a fantastic year, winning several UIL competitions, as well as the first ever Bands of America West Texas Regional.
Oh, I remember I did this.
Twisted. They won the Bands of America Midland Regional, and also we received our 80th consecutive First Division at the Region Marching Contest, and advanced to the area marching contest.
Anthony Gonzalez has been the powerhouse of the Plains Marching Band Director for 25 years.
No, that's not true. That's not true. He's been there for like maybe 9 or 8 years or 10 years. Before him, it was some other guy, Fortenberry. We didn't like him. He sucked. Then my freshman year was Mr. Hurt, Barry Hurt. Look him up. He's fantastic. So yeah, lies, fallacies, fables. Do your research.
In his time there, he's helped make
That's true. It wasn't him.
One of the most accomplished marching bands in the country.
We don't focus necessarily on winning anything. Our expectation from year to year is to make sure that the kids are always doing their absolute best.
What is this man? Do you see Mr. Go back. He is wearing Notre Dame. You are not Notre Dame. You Plainview High. What are you doing?
At every performance they do, every practice we do, and if you are fortunate enough to win an award,
yeah, what wasn't he wearing a Plainview polo in the? I know, it's too many questions. Too many questions.
In rehearsals.
The hard work is something not only the director wants his students to put in, but that the students strive for. And to the band members, it means everything to play in the powerhouse. Like 6'9" senior Grayson Moore, who is part of the Plainview varsity basketball team and a drum captain of the powerhouse.
It means pretty much everything. Being out there in front of all those people performing, like showing them how much hard work.
Excuse, Jacob Meckler. What did he just say? His name was
like 6'9" senior Grayson Moore.
Grayson Moore. Go back. Now say on his name. They done labeled poor white guy Jacob Meckler, defensive lineman. Does that boy look like a defensive lineman to anybody? Nope. Continue.
We put into this show and to
Gosh,
carry on. This
I'm
year
a
will be
mess.
number 81, consecutive UIL
Hi, Kathy.
first divisions. So we hold the national title for that. And you know, the hard work that this band program has put in over the last 80 years, or 100 years, because this will be the 101st anniversary, has been it means a lot. And it's just so much fun to go out there and perform in front of everybody.
And to Sarah Mendoza.
Sarah Mendoza, that's the name of Sarah Mendoza, okay? Watch this.
The president of the band leadership team, her bandmates are her family, and the biggest success is the camaraderie that's created between them.
What I love most is probably the atmosphere. It's just like a family, so it's nice coming here and
Colton
the
Butler!
opportunities that they allow us,
Butler!
to
Running back.
be a
Does
part
this
of
girl look
something
like a
bigger
running
than
back to you?
what any.
Is she a running back? No, she's a band president, Sarah Mendoza.
Everybody else is. It's different.
I'm a mess.
Family atmosphere is what helps make the band so successful. In West
Oh,
Texas,
Lord.
there are more powerhouses than the ones that play on the gridiron, and they know that hard work will give them the growth they need to stay atop of the country's best band programs.
10 seconds.
A successful year to me is probably just having everyone work at their hardest and just being accountable, having each other's back, working hard. It'll get you there.
Just how much hard work we put in, because as a drum captain, I can see exactly who all is putting in the effort. And in my eyes, if we put in the effort and we do the best as we can, the UIL score doesn't matter. Because if we've tried our hardest, and that UIL score is going to reflect it.
One of my most favorite things to see is the eyes of the kids when they achieve something they think they couldn't do. That's the most rewarding experience. That's the whole reason I got into teaching in the first place. It's just to see the little light come on and the excitement in a student's face when they're like, holy cow, I didn't know I could do that. And they do it and they get better and better and better at it. That's growth. And that's what we look for.
Not the lights.
These lies, fables, fallacies, and fairy tales, half truths, fake news. Don't believe it. Yeah, that was messy. That's what I was trying not to do, which is why it took so long to edit this. You're welcome. Bye.
This past weekend, they received their 81st consecutive Division I UIL rating at contest. And sure, like I said, there were some very bad moments, which we won't touch on right now. But I can't say I would change any of that for the world. All that aside, everyone's experience is different. All I know is that I wouldn't be the person I am today if it weren't for music education. This is for all the parents. So kids, if you'd kindly just, whatever, don't like they're listening or anything. Hey, girl.
I can't. I'm done. I'm over it. Okay, we're enough. So yeah, that's kind of the format that I'll be taking this channel in now. So if you enjoyed that, that's what you have to look forward to in terms of gymnastics coverage from me now. Moving forward, it's a Herculean effort. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little really involved, but you know what? I feel like no one else makes that kind of content on the Gymternet. There's nothing like that on it. So I'm gonna really try to put my foot in that. We're about 15 minutes out apparently. They might start earlier. I don't know. I think it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I'm it's always nerve-wracking to start something new. But it's not anything I haven't done before. It's just putting in the effort. And I am a person of conviction, and so I just burped again. For the longest time, I did want to kind of incorporate my fitness journey into this show as well. So look into including that. Maybe we can do some fitness streams, or, work out with me or something like that. And we're gonna do new things here. It won't be any word. If the podcast was starting, nothing on Threads. I just checked nothing on Twitter. Oh no. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm not worried about it. I'm in I'm in a place in my life where, I'm just excited to be here. I'm happy. I'm at peace. So I'm not really worried about what's going to happen. I'm just excited about the reaction, I guess, because it's different. It's different than it has. Oh, okay, there it is. Upper Hispanic starts at. Oh, it is 7 a.m. So we'll be here 6:30 a.m. Central. Very early streams. It's gonna be 2 days in a row of that. It'll be fine. We'll get through it together. This should be coming in the next 10 minutes or so. Is that Reagan Smith? It is Reagan Smith. For the time being, I'm gonna go take a cigarette break, and probably I won't be able to watch you live, but I can catch the bids. I go to bed too early for anything that's at night. No. I completely understand. I will try to release Addicts at Nights videos sometime where it's like reasonable for everybody. So around like this time every day, every time we come out, it'll be like around like 2 p.m. if not noon, somewhere around there. Am home and shy before when yeah, I really, really want a goat hat. So yeah, I'm gonna go take care of a couple things. Oh, I'm getting my COVID vaccine again today, actually at 6. So that's gonna be cool. I'm probably gonna take a shower real quick and then come back here. Don't go anywhere. It's about to start. Hope you guys enjoy it. If I am not back in time before it starts, so yeah, I'll be right back. Enjoy.
home gymnastics products. Check out their website, the sale tab, to see more. Visit TumbleTrack, TUMBLTRAK, tumbletrack.com. Train smart. Remember, behind the scenes is TV 14-ish, so you'll definitely hear a naughty word or two. So before we start the show tonight, which is essentially a comedy recap, thanks to Simone Biles, we would like to show you a little bit of what we've been up to while we're here in Belgium, bringing you the hard-hitting journalism. Your most embarrassing gymnastics story.
One time, I shit my pants. I thought I was never going to tell anybody that, but it happened.
One time when I was little, I did a dismount on rings and my shorts were on my knees.
At championships, I did my mount and completely jumped over the beam. That was a very humbling experience.
Tripping on the vault run up, face first into the board.
No, nothing. Skip.
I don't really know.
That's a question we can't answer.
All the wedgies. Cuando se te mete el leotardo, oh no, qué pena. My leotard went right in my butt. I forgot to put the glue on. Embarrassing.
My first European Championships, going out there and just doing a flick out to my face. That was okay, it was fine.
That was rough. Falling on a movement in beam choreography.
Tokyo, where I split the beam on a change leg. Made a little squeaky noise. That made it even better.
I actually fell 4 times at the last Olympics. Trying to redo that.
When I was younger, my coach was spotting me for cast handstands, maybe let something rip near his face.
One time before the meet, I forgot my grips. And I was like, can someone give me the grips?
Butt bounce, butt roll over the table in a warm-up. I was at a championships.
When I was little, I thought you could just apply to go to the Olympics.
Le French comprend du début.
Oh ouais, c'était gênant.
C'était super gênant.
Running off the floor after your last tumbling pass right to the bathroom because like you just can't hold it anymore.
I still did a great routine, but yeah, shit happens.
What is your most... This is... when I first started the show, I was like, I hate how NBC covers gymnastics, and I want the gymnasts to be more like, have agency, you see their personalities, they're real people. And that's why I love that video so much. And we have more interviews like that, more montages like that on our YouTube channel. And the best gymnast in the world is, is
not Jessica.
Simone Biles. But that is what almost happened to her floor routine. Simone was determined to prove that gymnasts are the clumsiest humans on earth and gave us comedy gold and a great floor routine at the same time. Rebecca Andrade and Charlize Jones are both repeating as all-around medalists. It's October 6th. Welcome to Gymcastic, the #1 gymnastics podcast in the galaxy. I'm Jessica, and I'm here with Spencer from the Balance Beam Situation. If you're a Club Gym Nerd member, make sure to switch over to your members-only feed now, which you can listen to on your favorite podcast player. And we have a new button if you're new. There's a new button on the homepage that's, boop, I'm new here, and it'll show you all the things that we're known for and so much important history. Okay, correction from yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Ilya Kovtun is training in Croatia, not the Czech Republic. It was not Kensley's mistake. It was obviously me. Croatia, Czech Republic.
That was implied, I feel like.
They don't even have close to the same flag. What was I thinking? Anywho, you guys, before we get into the most hilarious moment in gymnastics of all time in an all-round final, we have an important letter to read.
Shell says, first, I just want to let you know how much I love the podcast. I've listened for just over a year as a non-member, thinking I didn't need the extra content. But I recently signed up to Club Gym Nerd as I'm away for work and have lots of downtime, and it turns out I 100% needed the extra content. Love it all. So this is just a shout out to say I was wrong, you're all fab, and thank you.
Thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you. We need our members so much. Let's take a look and revisit one of the most untimely dance attacks of all time. Spencer, how would you describe this moment that happened to our beloved queen, Simone Biles?
It's the best thing that's ever happened in my entire life. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. So Simone was going toward the end of her floor routine, her coronation floor routine, because we were all like, Simone's going to win. She's ahead by a lot in the all-around final. It's toward the end of her routine. She's going for her switch leap full on floor. And she, the floor
stole her feet, I guess is what happened, is the only way I can describe that. She just stopped and lurched forward. It was like sometimes what happens on Spieth floor when you land a tumbling pass wrong and you get ejected forward. She got ejected forward on an attempted almost dance element and was like, oh, I'm Simone. What if I replace that skill with nothing and I'm still going to win floor? I don't need it.
When Chassez attack, a floor routine by Simone Biles.
Yeah, I think that needs to be like a Fox Network special, like when Chassez attack, and it's just people eating it like before they do dance elements. I would watch a crap out of that.
So she said that she said like her legs were so tired, like even before her floor routine, like she felt like she couldn't lift them up. And that earlier in the routine on her, was it her fouette full, that she felt like she kicked the floor. And then when she did that, she really kicked the floor. And then she said she was thinking like, I didn't know if I needed it for credit or I didn't. So I was trying to think like, how am I going to work that in there? And then by that time there was no time. Oh my God, you guys.
Yeah, that was
amazing.
Could you see the moment? I think Cecile said, like Simone immediately went to Cecile, and I think Cecile said, you didn't need it. But that was like the first reaction afterwards. She was like, you're Simone. That wasn't a requirement. You didn't lose 5/10 for anything. You just counted a B instead. It's fine. You got a 14-5. You're the world all-around champion. I feel like this was like the U.S. gymnasts in that final rotation on floor, both Simone and Shilese, understood that you have to keep things interesting for the crowd, because we kind of pretty much knew the medal stand after the first rotation of this one, which we'll get into. It was like we had 5 medal contenders, and then by the start of the meet we had 4, and then after the first rotation we had 3, and they were like, all right, well, we got to keep this interesting. So Simone full tripped. The amount of use I'm going to get out of that gif, I was just like giddy when it happened. I was so happy. But Shilese also just almost completely Grishinaing on her combination tumbling pass, and then somehow was able to do a double tuck out of it, which is preposterous.
And I told her, like, oh my God, when you did that, it reminded me of during COVID when so we have an interview with her coming up. We have an interview with Flavia coming up with Ethora as well. And like a sideways trying to get Simone. But, you know, there's so many people. They didn't have a freaking press conference, you guys. Normally you have a press conference for the 3 medalists and you can ask them questions. They were like, no, there's no room for that because we had to put all this dumpster trash smell in here. There's no room for a press conference. So it was just like 1,000 people.
A few years.
Yeah, they did it. They did it in Kitakyushu. They did it. Did they not do it in 2022? I don't remember.
I mean, it's quite possible that I just didn't go because that sounds like something that I would do. So I'll defer to you as to whether they have one or not.
But anywho, I mean, for Simone, you should have a press conference because it's like people were literally falling, tripping over themselves trying to get. Anyway, you guys, the point is, I asked Shilese, I was like, this like almost falling and just like doing a front full to like squat almost on your butt to just like lean forward into a double back reminded me of during COVID when she just put like an air track on the ground in front of their house and she was like doing some tumbling and she's like, I feel like I get a lot of power out of this. And her dad's like, yeah, do a double back. So she did a double back out of a step on a air floor on her yard ground, which is, and she was like, yeah, I was like, did you ever think
important training?
Yeah, important training, COVID, do gymnastics in your yard. But also, I was like, did you ever think you weren't going to make it? Like you shouldn't go for it. And she's like, no, I've done that before. I knew I was going to make it. Like, I love that Shilese is always offended if I'm like, how did you gymnastics thing? And she's always like, have you met me? Excuse me. Yeah, it's my favorite thing about Shilese.
Yeah, I mean she was training. She knew this moment was coming during COVID, and she was ready for it.
COVID happened for a reason, so she could train in the yard for that. It was
millions dead, but at least Shilese
had training time.
A tumbling pass at Worlds.
Leave it to me to find the golden silver lining.
The most horrible thing you could possibly say that you will immediately regret. Yes, I do leave that to you always.
Okay, so should we talk about our amazing, once again, golden Simone Biles world champion for the 157th time?
6th time, but yes, also for the 157th time. So her 6th world all-around title, 34th world and Olympic medal. So she's definitely, positively, 100% for sure the first on the all-time list of world and Olympic medals, with Latina in second.
She is officially has the most world and all-around medals now. She did not for the last years when everyone said she did, but now she actually does, ahead of Latina. Exactly. Sorry, I think you might have glitched.
I just said.
Sorry, you glitched and I missed. Okay. And so I was like, I better say this in case people didn't hear Spencer. So thank you, Spencer. It was the internet, not me.
Okay.
Let's start with vault.
So yeah, even though her tripping on floor was obviously the highlight of her meet, the other highlight would probably be her chung, which was best of the year by far. Like, we've come a long way since that hideous thing, quote Simone Biles, in podium training. Come a long way. That was not the hideous thing of podium training.
Her tweet tells us, why did you put that hideous thing up? Yeah, it was beautiful. The best chung she's done. I don't remember when she did one that beautiful. It was so good. So good.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. I think, like, she's done that before at, like, a nationals. Like, she's done that chung before, because she's Simone. It's hard to find, like, the best time she's ever done something. That was definitely one of her best. Bars and beam, I thought, were both, like, fine, did more than enough. She had to add that extra giant swing on bars in the middle of her combination, which didn't lose any difficulty because she did it after the giant full, which doesn't have anything in connection anyway. But that was really the only thing. And then beam, she had that wobble on her switch mount, but she did her backup series right after it. It was like, some no big deal stuff. She looked very comfortable.
Yeah. I think what I want to know, did you see what happened after her bar routine?
I don't think so, because I don't have any notion of an interesting thing happening after a bar routine.
Okay, I will save that for behind the scenes and tell you about it then. But was there any time when you thought in your mind were you like worried that Simone wasn't going to do it?
I mean, I wouldn't be worried anyway, but no, there was no moment where I didn't think where I thought Simone wasn't going to win the all-around gold.
She said that she actually felt more pressure in team finals because that's where everything happened in Tokyo. So she was more stressed, more worried, and that she actually felt more relaxed and chill today. And I think, like, she was amazing in team finals. But when I saw that vault, I was like, oh, she's in her element. The most people are in this arena. I can believe it was sold out tonight because it was extremely full. Still an absolute death trap. And make sure you know how to get out of there if you're going live. But to watch it in person, but it was so full. The crowd was amazing. I feel like I say this now all the time at Worlds, that this crowd's amazing. They know gymnastics, but now at every Worlds, when there are people, unlike Doha, to fill the seats, they know gymnastics. Like, they knew Melanie, they knew what, like, the good skills that people were doing. They were great. So I just felt like, oh, there's more people here. This is where she shines. She's going to do incredible. And oh my God, what a great final. We got to see Simone, Flavia, Andrade, Shilese all in the same rotation together. The dream. This is how every gymnastics meet should be. Just always put them together. Oh my God, it was so exciting. I loved it. She also said, oh, you guys, I was like, oh my God, I've never seen her cry on the podium. She must have really felt the pressure. This is like a huge deal. Like, you never see her, feel it. She never shows that she's nervous, but like clearly she was, and now she's letting it all out. And we didn't see how much pressure she felt to like sextuple Pete or whatever it is, with all of these sixth golds. But
that time you're right on the like sex prefix.
Thanks. But she was like, I was not crying. I had something in my eye. I've had something in my eye for the last 4 hours, and the whole team can vouch for me. I wasn't crying. I have this thing in my eye. I can't get it out. And she said, I think I'm going to give myself pink eye because I've touched my eye so many times trying to get this thing out of my eye. So in case you were like me and we're like, emotions, that's not what happened. There's a gnat in her eye or something, an eyelash. So wish her luck getting that out. That's
Swarovski crystal.
Swarovski crystal. It jumped off her leotard and sabotaged her eyeball. Nothing can stop her.
Let's get Simone some eye wash before event finals, everybody. This should be first priority What is
are these
anyone else doing?
doctors for if they're not squirting salt water into your eye?
How many staff
Saline
members
solution.
does USAG have here? Get
Not
Simone some eye
enough.
drops. Come on.
Okay, so so we also have to talk about what happened before the meet even started, like moments before the meet started. Like they were about to march out or were marching out, and we got a tweet from British Gymnastics.
Yes, so Jessica Gadarova withdrew from the all-around final. Very last second. Suddenly I just looked up the scoring app and it was said Alice Kinsella, and I was like, I really hope she wasn't in the whole time, and I've just been embarrassing myself, because that sounds like something that would happen at the end of Worlds, where I'm like, wait, that's new, right? She wasn't just in the all-around final the whole time. So Jessica Gadarova withdrew. British Gymnastics saying it was a precautionary measure, so that's what we know in that department. Roethlisberger said that she had been, warming up in the training gym. So, one of those things. Precautionary measure is basically like, we're not telling you. It's none of your business. Go away. That's basically what that means.
Yeah. I also think it could mean wasn't having a great training these last couple days, knew she had better chance at medaling if she just chills right now, and Kinsella's amazing and finished right behind her in qualifying. So why not give her a shot and give yourself a little more rest and a better chance to medal? So yeah. And Alice Kinsella did amazing.
Yeah.
She did great. I'm super stoked for her.
Yeah, she's going to be one of those who's like, oh, she's been in so many all-around finals and she's always so close. Because she keeps having really good meets and getting close. We also still saw, so as of last time I looked, Joss Robertson is still on the start list for the vault final tomorrow. So that was the other thing I was looking at. Still there as of right now.
And Simone had an emotional support Robertson with her in the mix zone. So
that is very important.
But I couldn't see, did she still have her boot on in the mix zone when she was standing there? Joss. Yeah, I couldn't tell. So we'll see what happens. Just because you have a boot on doesn't mean you can't vault. That's for sure.
You just described college gymnastics.
Welcome to college
That's
gymnastics.
the motto.
Next race on during the week and still do your bar routine at the end of it. Okay, so silver medal, Rebecca Andrade, the defending world champion.
Magical.
So she was so great. I feel like she knew after beam, like she came off beam, and you rarely see her be like, have a Simone face, but she had a little bit of a Simone face after beam, like, oh, that wasn't enough. What did you think?
I didn't notice that, but I thought she had a really strong competition overall. She now has 3 all-around medals: Olympic silver, world gold, world silver. So that's pretty good. In general, I thought she kind of avoided the team final hangover experience that we were talking about potentially happening, that we were talking about yesterday. With we saw, Flavia and Melanie did not have their best bars routines today. I thought Andrade mostly avoided that. Her chung was beautiful, huge, but then she landed a little piked it down just a little bit at the end, or landed a little forward, and then had to take a step. It was still, perfection, but it was not her best landing. So it was that kind of day. It was everything's almost your best. She was a little checkier on beam than she wanted to be, but it was better than the team final one. I thought she was more nervous there. And then the out of bounds on floor, that was the, Olympics throwback, where it was this is the Olympics all around final again. But yeah, I mean, a good competition overall, no major issues.
The thing for me is looking at her prelim scores versus today, she had maybe was down 0.2 as the meet went on, kept having 0.2 a lower score in each event than she did in qualifications. But when she went to floor and she did her double Y turn and finished it, stopped
triple.
Her turn triple her Mustafina, held it in releve, stopped it, paused, and then kept dancing. You're supposed to make no noise in the media section, but there were literal screams of elation in the media section. They did not come from me, by the way, because I am the absolute picture of professionalism. But it was incredible. I was like, that's the most beautiful that's ever been done. Is she a rhythmic gymnast? No artistic gymnast has done it that perfect in an actual meet that counts for anything. Oh my God, it was so good. So shout out to her for that, because she proved why no one else should ever get credit for any turns because of how she finished that. It was just Stunning.
Mm-hmm.
Charlize Jones.
Bronze medal. Second world all-around medal in a row for Charlize. Really good competition for her. Her E-score, like Simone won the E-score crown, which I know you always want to know. You always ask about, but we didn't really have to calculate it this time because, like, obviously Simone won the E-score crown, even though she did kind of almost fall on floor. And I'm wondering how much they took into account on her trip. Like, that's the other thing. Like, how much do you deduct for all of those, like, arm waves? But Charlize, E-score only 3 2/3 tenths, 3.66 behind Simone on E-score. So they were very close on execution. It was just difficulty that made the difference there. And Charlize was ahead of Andrade on execution score. And I thought that showed up in her performance. It was her best vault of the competition so far, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. I was like, oh, this is shades of like the great gigantic D2Y that she did at Olympic trials in 20 whatever year that was.
20 whatever.
Yeah, it was 2021, right? Yeah. And like the entire arena gasped. Yeah, so it's interesting. She decided to take the number off of her back because I don't know if you noticed that, but because that was the thing that was sliding, and when she started to lay back on the beam and get back up, her back kept slipping to the side. So the second time it happened, she was like, okay, we're done with this. And Sarah, her coach, was like, you don't have to wear your number. You know that, right? Like, you can just hold it up. Like, it's fine. So that's what they did, which is really smart. Like, when your stupid number is making you fall off beam because they forget that, like, you use your back for beam if you're incredibly creative, like our preciouses that are doing forward rolls on beam. Oh, thank God for a beautiful forward roll on beam. Morgane, I see you in France. Anyway, yeah. Triple turn. We discussed the triple turn, right?
We didn't, yeah, but she tried. I think she went for it. I thought it was closer, but not all the way around triple. The triple L turn on floor.
Also, we didn't talk about this is an all-black podium.
Yeah.
3 black women, world podium. It's freaking awesome. So stoked. And like Fred Richards, he was only the second black man to win an all-around medal. That's another thing that we should mention.
And his name is Fred Richard and not Fred Richards.
Damn it. Every time.
But other than that, you nailed it.
So you guys, I have to tell you what happened right after Simone's bars, because I was like, oh shit. I didn't mean, have I started something? Oh no, Spencer's gonna be really mad at me. But before we get to that story, I know. So before, and everything was fine, but before I get to that story, this is where we say goodbye to someone. Continue the conversation for Club Gym Nerd members. Remember, we're giving away an entire commissioned episode, but you have to be an active member. So if you're listening to the public version of this and you want to be a Club Gym Nerd member, make sure it's active, that it has to be active in October to win that full commission. Hour and a half, we'll talk about whatever you want. We can just talk about Mustafina or hilarious falls and trips in gymnastics and just laugh the entire time. We could do that, whatever you want. So thank you so much for listening, and we will see you back here tomorrow after the first day of event finals, the best day of gymnastics. But oh my God, so after Simone dismounted on bars, this thing came flying out of the stands, Spencer. And it was a stuffed bunny, and I mean, she saluted and it like landed on the podium. And I was like, fuck, I started it. I didn't mean to. I told people to do it after. Because this is all my fault. I told people to do it after the meet, not during the meet. Like ice skating, figure skating, you wait until it's done and then you throw things on the ice. Oh my God. So like, I don't think she even saw it. And like the volunteers picked it up and took it away immediately. But you know what's really nice? When she was walking out, her emotional support Joss was carrying her little Jimba, that dinosaur dragon thing that they all get, the little stuffy, and the bunny that was thrown at her. So I don't know if this is like, you guys, if you want to throw stuffies, just wait till the end. That's the important thing.
Just don't. Wait. Who could possibly have seen this becoming a problem?
Oops. Carrie probably noticed.
Carrie says, Jessica, did you notice that they played Another One Bites the Dust after Flavia fell off bars? They did it again on a later fall, forget which. Number 2, Simone saw my tapestry and smiled.
Yes! Carrie has the Simone freaking Biles. Also, shout out to our gym nerds out there who came to our meetup and also were wearing like giant goat headdresses and Simone t-shirts, and it was freaking amazing. But the thing that's interesting to me, they have been playing Another One Bites the Dust the whole meet. Why do you think people have only noticed tonight?
Because they played it after a fall?
No, they've been playing it after falls the whole entire competition.
Great. 10 out of 10. Love it. Good work. Good work, DJ.
I think it's because it's women's. That's why I think people noticed. Even though it's happened more, I think it's because it was your absolute favorites. Or people just don't pay attention during men's that as much as they do during women's, but it has been the whole competition. I think it was maybe more pronounced this time because it was literally like they would hit the ground and they would play it, whereas it was happening for different events. So maybe people didn't notice because they're watching something else. They didn't notice, oh, it was a fall on floor. They started playing it. It was a fall, you know? But yeah, I think it's hilarious. I think it's great and funny. If it was like, I was telling Deanna this, I was like, if it was like you're in a country where they're doing it just to one team, like not the home team, and not doing it to anybody else, then that would be bad. But also it's sports, so it's funny.
Or that would be the SEC and college gymnastics meet, and it would be great.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have more behind the scenes stories, but let's go through some more gymnastics, and then I have a rage meter, you guys, because I'm pissed about some things that happened tonight. But anyway, that's for later.
Do you need to get them off your chest now?
Well, should I? Okay, you guys, let me get them off my chest right now. Okay, this freaking camera TV boy, the cable holder guy, was sitting on the podium, the beam podium. Not only was he sitting on the podium, he was leaning on the beam dismount mat. He was resting his hand and his arm on the beam dismount mat while gymnasts were doing routines.
I can't even.
How was he not lifted, just tackled, lifted, and taken out of the arena? That's what I would like to know. Like, I was waiting for someone to yell at him, but nobody did. And I asked Georgia Godwin after, like, did you see that guy, that TV guy that kept resting himself on the beam dismount mat? Because he was doing it during her routine too. And she said, no, she didn't. I was like, thank God, because, like, someone needs to beat him. Anyway, the other thing, so that was annoying me. And I was like, where are the people that are supposed to regulate Cable Boy? There's a woman who's doing the cables. She didn't do that nonsense. This is one of the first women doing the TV cables I've seen in a long time. So that's at least a move in the right direction. Also, there was basically a 3-minute advertisement done as like a cute, hey, let's hang out in the audience and talk to these folks that were sponsors. And they got like the whole touch warm up was an interview with them. And I was like, all right, this is a little
I mean, it's like annoying to have to watch, but just the same as any commercial. Like, I don't have the same reaction to that I think that you wanted there.
I would rather have like a commercial play, or I mean, they sort of worked it in. I would rather see, Kohei play the drums on the screen, or like the muscle contest or everything. I just thought it was a little.
Oh no, the muscle contest.
Yes.
That's the worst one of them all.
Anything.
It's gross. It's creepy.
Okay.
It's not as creepy as the kiss cam, but when the little kids try to do it, and it's like, this is not healthy aspiration.
Well, I think it's fun. So the flashes going off constantly. Could you see that on the stream?
No.
Constantly. And I kept looking like, is someone smacking that person's camera out of their hand? No one was turning around. No one looked furious. This part of Belgium is so like orderly, and people don't cross the street when the light is red, but they don't smack cameras out of people's hands when they are phones. When they
do that more.
Also, the intros. I don't know if you saw that one, but if you saw them, but Anna I was about to say Potarario because Canada needs her back. Anna Barbosu from Romania did almost the Black Panther Wakanda, the double fist over the chest thump. And then the Germans did fire sunglasses because they understand it's a show.
Sarah Voss was like, Yes, I've moved on to props for the intros.
Yes.
Like your dances are over. Dance is over. Prop is in. That's what's happening now.
Yeah. We had a question about the holds, and I agree. I don't think the judges were slow. I think they were TV holds, and they were really long. And I think that's the only reason that Ellie Black fell on bars, because obviously there's no other reason. I reject any other theories.
It did take a very long time for Ellie Black's score to come in before Andrade, though. So that, I believe, was a score delay.
But
in
not
addition
her
to maybe
weight.
a TV. Not her weight, but after her routine, her score took a very long time. Because I think they were dealing with whether did she catch the bar enough and did she have the half turn? There's a lot to deal with there. But you know my feeling is that there should be a time limit on the D score, and then if it's like you haven't resolved it, then you have a head judge and it's theirs. It's just overruled.
Yeah,
this is the score done. You're on it. You're on the clock, and that's the score done. You can't argue or figure any longer.
I tell us as we go if you guys have more questions, but let's talk first about some specific gymnasts, specifically Eyþóra Þórsdóttir, 6th in the world.
Finally, we get to talk about this. You went over 30 minutes without talking about Eyþóra having her best career all-around finish ever. She stayed on all of them, Jessica. All of them at the same time.
And it's the second meet in a row that she did that. She did it in team finals too. I asked her what happened, what's different this time, and she's like, I just started like having fun. Like I was just having fun, and me and my coach were just like goofing around, and I just enjoyed myself. And I was like, do this every time, Eyþóra. Like clearly, it was great. It was so great to see her so relaxed. Even when she was off, she just fixed it. Was back on. I'm so happy for her.
Her beam mount again, she was like kind of off, but then she like pulled it back and didn't go to pieces. I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. She found her happy place, and it's just enjoying herself. Amy Chow
Advocate, which is a correct name which is a correct username, asked if this is the best world all-around finish for a Dutch gymnast. Lauren keeps track of all of those. I bet she's tweeted about it, but I don't know off the top of my head. But I'll check.
Yeah, or fact checker can look. The gymter.net in the research files country. Best
yeah, but I already know where to look. Okay. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, I was just so impressed with her. I was so happy. So that interview with her is coming up later too. So if you liked the interview we showed when we started or what you heard, then you can enjoy that. Alice
Visser
D'Amato
was 5th in 2021. Visser was 5th in 2021 at 2021 Worlds.
Got it. Alice D'Amato, finally.
She hit her bars.
She
looked so like relieved and frustrated and annoyed, but also like thank God after that routine where she was like, this is what I know I can do. This is what I've been doing the whole time. This is finally, but also like, why couldn't I have done that in like, say, the team final or qualification to make the bars final? But yeah, really nice that she was able to finish 5th all around with a fall. Like she wouldn't have been, if with a hit, she wouldn't have been able to get top 3, but she would have been like solid 4th, close enough, which, would have been a representative performance for her gymnastics level and the gymnastics she's shown all year long throughout every like Serie A competition and Italian nationals. She's been looking so good all year long, and it was a much more representative performance. But she did also get ejected on a triple fall on floor. She got speed floored.
She got triple full to, we're sending you back the direction you came from. And she tried so hard not to put her hands down, but she did. So I think we should give her a shout out though, for just the effort to not put her hand down. Like she tried to like hug herself to not put her hands down. And then she was like, I don't want to break my nose. So I want to ask you a question.
And the integrity of the triple full.
Like, obviously. The
integrity of the form. That like, yes, it's harder to do it like this than it would be to just have corkscrew legs that no one talks about. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it beautifully.
I have a quiz for you, but I wrote this quiz, and for everyone listening, but I wrote this quiz before Simone did floor. So but my quiz is to write.
Is it who had the funniest trip of the night?
Did a chasse attack?
Simone. Yeah, did a chasse attack? Yes, it was Simone on floor.
What was the highest score of the night?
You're asking me these questions like I don't obviously know. Is this for the people?
Fact checker is raising his hand.
15-2 for Kalia Namour,
Yes.
Algeria, on bars
Bars.
in the first rotation.
I think a lot of people, except our listeners, because they're the smartest, obviously, would think it would be Simone fill in the blank. But no. Kalia Namour, bars, because her bars are insane. Did she get her normal D? She did, right? Her big D.
I heard she got her normal D of 6.9, which is what we expected her to get, but she went for the 7.1.
Okay.
So I assume she didn't get the half turn, which they've been like, half turns on Tkachev's, go die.
Yeah, unless your half turn is literally before you catch the bar, you are facing the ceiling again, you're not getting a half turn.
It's why Ellie Black fell, because she's the only one who tries to do it right.
Yeah, exactly.
She's like, you know what? It's hard, and I'm going to fall on it.
Yeah, and that's why no one else is getting credit for it. Okay, I have some highlights that I want to talk about, specifically starting
Please
with Chichuan's bars.
Mm-hmm.
Just crispy, like iceberg lettuce on a cold summer day. Just crispy fresh. Yeah, just beautiful to watch. Barbosu on beam from Romania, who qualified for the Olympics. The Romanians, I just can't get over it. She does mini choo-choo train, but it's not ugly choo-choo robot train, but it is an homage to the Romanian beam choo-choo train, and I appreciate that. It's just a boop boop. I see you, I'm Romanian, and now I will not make my routine ugly and continue. And I would like to give her give her a shout out for that. Also, her switch full on beam is amazing. That is so hard.
Yeah. Split full.
Split full, sorry. It's so hard.
But still very hard.
So freaking hard. Every time someone does it, I'm like, oh, I mean, I feel like it's not. No, is it as hard as, a jump full turn transverse, tucked,
I think
straight,
it's hard.
anything? But it's like you can. It's just so hard. I would say they're equally difficult.
Because getting it around with your feet in the right position to stay on, I think is what makes the split leap fall harder, because it's so easy to and most gymnasts doing it will land almost all the way around and then kind of scoot their feet the last eighth of a turn. But then you're off. You're really off when you're landing like that. So yeah, I think that's quite difficult.
Like Sarah Voss, I think it was Sarah Voss today, did it and just didn't get up enough. And she just stopped at a half and then just half turned in releve. And I was like, yeah, that's how you learn that. You boop and then learn to turn.
Beautiful. Do that.
It's gorgeous. I was
Perfect.
like, Sarah Voss, just
Love
be yourself. Yeah. Eithora sticking her double twisting Yurchenko was just glorious, really just stuck it and she did not move. And then she's like, and now I will do a beautiful balletic salute at judges. Morgane from France, she's amazing. Morgane, I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that how can you look at Deanna while you say that so we know whether that's the right pronunciation?
Morgane. That's how she said it.
I like
Morgane. Okay. Morgane. She has been the most consistent member of the French team here. And her 2-foot layout is stinking perfect. And she gets freaking credit on it every goddamn time. And I want everybody to acknowledge this and show some respect. I just love, and obviously her forward roll, you guys, because forward rolls have made a comeback, because who wants to do a stupid full turn when you can do a forward roll? Don't be basic. All right. Did we talk about Chichuan's full performance? Because she was one of our looking at the all-arounds.
Yes, so she finished in 4th, which was a great day for her overall. It was just an issue of, she doesn't have the vault. She doesn't have a huge D score on floor. Although I thought she executed what she does very well, again, like she did in the team competition. But she hit her bars, beautiful elements, didn't do all her combinations. So it was huge D score, huge total score, beautiful execution, and yet you have a lot more that you could have done. It was individual skills. She would be like, I'm going to do, a pack, and then another cast handstand, and then Van Leeuwen, and another cast handstand. And usually for most gymnasts, that's devastating for their score, because they're adding in all these cast handstands that are probably going to be ugly, and they're going to get deducted a lot, and they're not getting their combinations. But for Chu, it's it's not going to be as high as I can score, but it's still going to be gorgeous. I can do 9 million cast handstands in my routine. It's still going to be fine. Don't worry about it. And she stayed on during her Arabian series. Wobble, but like, you know, anytime you hit that, it's a win. So,
and I'm very proud of her for doing that, because in the warm-up, she did a back handspring to Arabian. I'm nowhere near the beam, but I'm going to slide my entire body down the side of it and almost whack my face on the beam. But she caught herself and then just jumped right back up and finished her warm-up. And I was still like, oh my God, you almost destroyed your face falling. But she hit it. Are you still there? You don't look upset that she almost died in warm-ups and then hit it. Spencer, she's amazing. Please.
You started, like, your voice rose to a certain level of emotion, so I tuned out. We do have some, like, so it went great for the 3 medalists, some other gratifying performances. There were also a lot of people who had the tired legs, I thought. That was a big theme. It was like, oh, there were a lot of just, like, you landed and your legs just turned to mashed potatoes as you're landing, and then you have to take like 3 steps when you wouldn't normally because you just have potato legs.
Yeah. Esposito from Italy, who is just, I love her. Oh, I love her so much. Her gymnastics is just so beautiful, and she's powerful, and her beam is just exactly what, like, my dream beam is her beam. She fell on her dismount on beam, but it obviously was not her fault. Her double pike, which is high and safe and lovely, and her chest isn't down like she's trying to remove teeth when she does it. There was a freaking flash that went off right when she went, and I absolutely blame whoever was in the audience who did that. It's 100% your fault. You destroyed Italy's dreams, and you should be ashamed of yourself and remove yourself from all future competitions, or at least you're not allowed to bring a phone or anything with a light on it. I'm not over it. Georgia Godwin wisely tucked out of her double pike because she wasn't high enough and just did a nice baby roll out of it. Like a baby panda, like I said, when in doubt, baby panda roll, or just adult grown-ass panda roll, because it's better to not break all of the things and just roll out of it safely. So she did, and then she had to lay there like, I can't believe that just happened, but thank God I still have ankles. And so smart. Alexa Moreno falling on floor. Oh.
She had a tough one. She was also short in her Rudy, which almost never happens.
Yeah. She like invented Rudy's. So yeah.
She still has vault final. She still has vault final tomorrow.
Melanie, so I hope she just like puts her legs up on the wall with those like squeezy machines, which I'm forgetting the name of right now. You know what? The squeezy machine. Where it like, you know, it's what are those called?
I legitimately don't know what you're talking about.
They're like Strumpfhosen, but they massage your legs. There's a name. Everyone who's there, in 10 seconds, we're getting a name for everyone. You see all the athletes sit in them, and they look like they vacuum sealed their legs in puffy pants. They basically take like the swelling out of your legs and like edema or whatever. Anyway, someone will put it in the chat in a minute. So speaking of, so anyway, that's what I want her to do. Just lay somewhere,
got it.
compression, squeezy things, air compression massagers. Thank you. Squeezy things. I want her to just relax her legs.
Is what Jessica did, and then went like that. Okay, so that's what I would
made
like to.
Open close signs with my hands, which obviously can't look like anything else.
No.
Melanie De Jesus runs.
What was that? You sound like Steve Schlang trying to say any of the names this week.
I was about to call her Dos Francis, but
that's wrong.
De Jesus.
No, you're
no,
you're just move on. This is why you always just call her Melanie.
Melanie.
Is why there's a reason that you've always just called her Melanie.
So Melanie fell in warm-ups on her release on bars, and then she fell on it in the meet. And I was like, oh no. But then, you know what the amazing thing was? This crowd totally are gymnastics fans, and they know Melanie, and they were like, we believe in you, you can do it, just believe in yourself. And then she did much better in the rest of the competition. And when she did vault, like, her vault was so nice. And you could see she was just like, oh, why couldn't I have had the whole meet like that? But I think like she just needs more confidence building events, but the crowd loved her and they were so lovely to her.
Or she was just beat after the team final. Like,
like you said, she didn't get, it was such a release to qualify them. And then Paulina Schaefer on floor.
Schaefer's floor I want to talk about because that was bizarre.
I feel like she was already just furious and was like, it's not happening for me. And so I'm going to do angry floor. But it seemed to me that she balked on a twist. And so she came out early. And that's why she just flew off the floor because she got lost or balked.
It looked to me like she got lost in the air because I think she was intending a front double full. And she did like a full and a quarter and landed sideways and then just got onto her side. The highlight from that though was her reaction when her score came up because it took a while and she was like, I have to sit here and I know this is going to be like a 0 because like I'm not an idiot, and she was like rolling her eyes and the score came up and she like shrugged and she's like, what you gonna do, it's a 10. But yeah, there were a lot of times where gymnasts had to sit there like forever, like Ellie Black on bars, where she's like, I know the score is going to be hideous, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to have to see it, I don't want to have to see this hideous thing, but I have to sit here in the stupid like reserved seat where everyone has to like run and move the backpack so you can sit in like the stool of shame to get your 10.
The stool of shame. Oh my god. I was also so bummed for Sarah Voss because from Germany, she came back after her elbow dislocation. She came back so fast to try to help the team qualify. She made it to the finals here. And then she fell on bars and kept looking at her arm and her hand like, betrayer. She said it was okay.
Betrayed her this year.
I asked her afterwards if her arm was okay. And she was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just, bummed. But yeah. She's lovely. If you guys haven't read, if you guys don't know the whole history behind the why Germany wear unitards, Nancy Armour did a new article on it for USA Today, and it's a great article. Sarah Voss had some new and interesting things to say about it, and I just think it's always good to stories like that deserve lots of hits. So if you hadn't, Nancy Armour, USA Today, unitards, Germany, check it out. I might have helped her with a few little facts too. But she always does a great job. Anybody else you want to discuss? Oh, Flavia.
Yeah. Do I want to discuss? But her beam was wonderful.
Her beam was beautiful. So when I asked her what happened on floor, and she was very, very graciously agreed to chat because she was pretty bummed, but she's always like, I just appreciate that. And also I was like, if she doesn't want to talk, totally okay, we totally understand. Mm-hmm. She very graciously agreed to chat. And that interview should be up shortly if it's not up now. But I asked her, what is your ankle okay? Was the first thing I asked. And she said, I taped this like piece of basically protection onto my ankle and that slipped. And then I always get really nervous about my ankle when that happens. So then she was, sort of worried and thinking about that the rest of the floor routine. But then we asked her more about her surgery because this is really special, unusual surgery that's only been done on a couple of people. And get this shit. We're asking her about it. And then everyone's favorite media brevet translator, media guy for the Federation, Enrique, that's not pronounced Enrique in Portuguese. He was like, I don't know how to translate this. And so Flavia's like, hold on, calls her surgeon who did her surgery. Come here. He runs over and then proceeds to explain the surgery to us in perfect English, chats away, discuss, not that that's any, great thing if it's English or not. It was just helpful to not have to have translation. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, dude, and I've never heard of this before. They took so a lot of times to repair ligaments, they'll take pieces of either your hamstring or your patella tendon, which is that, when you make a muscle, like extend your leg straight, you feel that little piece that goes right underneath from your kneecap to the bone beneath. They'll take a piece of that. But they did that for her ankle. So they took pieces of that to reconstruct her ankle. And she showed us her scar, which is freaking huge. And it was really cool. And then I pressured him to have the medical authorities change the name of the surgery to the Flavinia. So if everyone could tweet, whoever's in charge of that naming surgeries.
I don't know if that's something you can do via Twitter. Everyone tweet Beyonce, not about Andrade anymore, but just tweet Beyonce about renaming a surgery. I'm sure she's in charge of it somehow. and she can take care of it.
Yeah, Beyonce can do anything. Yeah.
She can rename surgeries. It's definitely a thing.
But also tweet Beyonce about Andrade because that is still her greatest wish. Why hasn't Hoda made that happen yet? Isn't that the
what's the point of Hoda if not to make that happen?
Right. If Simone can't make, that happen for Andrade with all of her connections, then, okay, so previews of event finals. Let us discuss.
Yes. Event finals tomorrow. So we've got women's bars, or just bars. The one we've been waiting for. We get Chu Chi-Yen again. Yes. Namor, who just got her 6'9" credited. Chu only got a 6'3" in the all-around final, but that was like without a bunch of connections. So we get all of that. Shilese qualified in second. I want to see if we see the double front half out in the final. That would be interesting.
What will Shilese's D be if she I'm trying to figure out if there's any way that anyone else can win if Namor hits her routine. Her 6'9".
If she hits her 6'9", I think she's gonna win. So Shilese got a 6'3" today, so she connected the Van Leeuwen. She goes to 6'4", and then if she does double front half out, she'd go to 6'5".
So 6'5", and someone else does something wonky or hits. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, but yeah, I just feel like that Nomura's, if she hits, she's untouchable.
I want Chu to go for everything because we've seen training videos of a 6'9" from Chu before, so I want her to go for everything. And I want them both to get 6'9", and I want Shilese to go for everything and get her 6'5" out there.
But could Shilese totally surprise us? Which she does not do this, but what if she does her? What was she showing before? Like her.
I mean, so Stalder Nabieva, right?
To a hardwash, right?
Yeah, I mean, she has all of these as possibilities. I'm just like,
I would like her to do it tomorrow.
I don't anticipate that we'll see.
She doesn't.
I don't think she doesn't throw in the unexpected random thing.
No, she doesn't.
The super risky thing.
Yeah, the half out.
If she's not super comfortable with it.
Yeah. And Simone qualified in 5th, and that's really nice for her for bars.
I'm ready for another Simone bars medal. I think that would be fun.
It's so funny.
She would need help.
Medal. Yeah. Someone will have to do something.
It would have to be one of those bars finals, which we've seen before. But,
we've seen it all. The women were really trying to keep up with how much drama there was with the men last night. Yeah.
No, they didn't really do it with this podium, though, today. I was like, this is exactly what you would have said before Worlds even started, would be the all-around podium.
Oh, also, did you see what Simone said when she came off floor? Could you see it in the camera?
What?
She came off floor and said because oh my god, when she tripped, her coach Cecile was already laughing. First of all, was already laughing.
Oh, so was Simone during the routine.
Yes.
That was like the Simone facial expression journey is always great, but after that trip, it was beyond. Yeah.
Oh my god. So Cecile's already laughing. Simone finishes, comes down the stairs, and looks at Cecile and goes, "What the fuck was that?" Clear as day. You can see what she says. So it's like, this is Simone that we love.
We also got on the feed is that they cut to Ellie Black and Andrade both dying after that too. They were just losing it too.
Oh my god, it was just
it was really an international. Simone's trip brought international world peace to Worlds again. It really brought everyone together.
Yes. Oh, and Mrs. Fitzwilliams Darcy says
nothing beats that routine was a piece of shit. Nothing will. Nothing ever will.
No, that was the greatest.
Simone.
Oh, Simone. So many Simone quotes that we should make a shirt out of that. That routine was a piece of shit. What did you say about the Chung?
That hideous thing.
That hideous thing. What the fuck was that? Simone Biles. Okay, going over to vault.
Yeah. So we have interested to see about Gadarova on vault because she withdrew from the all-around final today, but she was one of the top qualifiers with her Chung. We have Simone. Presumably, we will see the Yurchenko double pike again with the Chung for the all-around final. We haven't seen the double pike since qualification. I'm interested with the double pike, whether it's going to be one of those things like the Biles 1 on vault or the Biles on beam, where she was like, I did it once and I got it named after myself and you're never seeing it ever again. Or if, we'll see it more. But I would anticipate the plan, which it seems like it has been, would be the Yurchenko double pike and the Chung. Andrade has been looking great with her Chung, and she has a Yurchenko double full that's very comfortable for her. So she's going to be a medal favorite. Club Handspring Rudy all made it to the final. Yoso Jung, Alexa Moreno, Colleen Deviar. Based on what we've seen so far, I think Yo's Handspring Rudy has looked the best of the bunch. So if we see what we saw in podium training when it was like the best ever, I think that would help her quite a bit in her quest for another medal.
Speaking of Club Handspring Rudy, I did ask Morgan what she was going to do to celebrate France winning and her being so consistent here, winning a trip to Paris at the Olympics ticket. And she said that she was going to go to the club. And I was like, yes, this is the answer. I would have someone say they're going to party, be happy, go to the club. Yeah. Okay, what I'm most excited for, and this is the one and only time I'm excited for this, and I would no one make note of this and give me shit about it later. I am most excited for the Revenge for the Potato Famine, British versus Irish, 3-time world champion versus 1-time world champion, Reese versus Max.
So yeah, I am absolutely remembering this, that Jessica said she was most excited for Pommel Horse, and we're going to keep that and, remember in perpetuity. Yes, so we have Max Whitlock and Reese McClanahan in the Pommel Horse final. Also, Olympic spots up for grabs. So if you, tend to have trouble paying attention to Pommel Horse and rings, there's major Olympic implications in both of those event finals. So on Pommel Horse, we have Reese versus Lee Chakai versus Ahmad Abu Al-Soud versus Harutin Merdinian, all in the event final for one Olympic spot. They're all going for one Olympic spot to be earned tomorrow. Whoever places highest gets it. Same thing on rings, where it's Petrunius, Nikita Simonov, Hook of Austria, and then Avatisian and Vahan Davtyan of Armenia. So 5 people all going for one Olympic spot. There, I think, rings is obviously more predictable than Pommel Horse in general, and I think Petrunius would be the front runner there. Like, if he does his Petrunius things, I think he'll get that Olympic spot. But, Pommel Horse is Pommel Horse, so, it could be literally any of them.
Right. Literally any of them.
And then the others will have to go to the World Cup circuit next year, where there are 2 spots available. So, not enough spots for everyone. So there's a lot going on there.
I do want to remind people how to watch this. So if you aren't getting the coverage you want, or you don't like, or whatever, the best way is go to allgymnastics.tv. And if you can't watch it wherever you are, if you get sent to this NOL website that's white, then get a VPN. We like Spencer likes Nord. I like Tunnel Bear. Set it to a country you're not in, maybe somewhere in Africa, for example, and then you will be able to watch Blythe and Ollie's commentary and watch that feed. I learn so much from them when I watch.
I learn many new puns because Ollie's off the charts this time. I believe Australia never bought the rights to any of Worlds, so I think if you set your VPN to anywhere in Australia, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Just as an example.
Didn't buy rights, didn't try to send a team, men's team.
Yeah.
It's fine. Okay, so we have some 2 per country questions, and I want to remind everybody that Kalia Namor is not going for a bars final world Paris spot anymore, because she already got one in the all around. So
Correct.
She doesn't need
She's
that
qualified
anymore.
via the all around.
Yeah, so that's not at stake for her. Okay, 2 per country from Shell.
And Lady Beaverhausen says Albania and Singapore always work for VPN.
Oh, excellent.
Key. And Philippa agrees Australia will work. Okay, 2 per country. Shell says, what do you think about countries who take out a gymnast who was qualified for a final in favor of another from that country who was 2 per country'd out? Thinking most recently about Kaya Kazuma. I don't know the specific circumstances around each time this has happened, but it seems to be there should be a rule to protect an athlete who has earned that spot. I can see occasions where they might be pressured to give it up for a more celebrated gymnast, which seems to me very unfair for them.
Yeah, if I was like a gymnast in my teens or 20s, there would be no situation where I wouldn't be completely upset and thrown a complete fit and thrown myself on the floor in protest. And taken to Twitter. But I think there are circumstances where gymnasts are okay with it. And I think as long as everybody knows and that's the rule and you know ahead of time, then it's okay. And we talked a lot about this yesterday.
I agree.
Yeah.
Namor to NCAA / Simone jump full. Katrina says, 1, could Namor compete in NCAA? I'm not sure, especially now with NIL, what would make her ineligible.
She could, as long as she's not a professional gymnast, which means that she would be sponsored for doing gymnast. I don't even know anymore what constitutes, as long as she's never been
There's
paid.
so many loopholes.
Yeah, basically anyone can do college gymnastics now, unless even if you're like 30, you can still do D3. So yes, I'm going to just say yes. Basically, if she's graduated from high school, I mean, you don't even have to take the SATs anymore, as long as you can pass the TOEFL, which isn't it the TOEFL? That's the foreign language
test of English, TOEFL, test of English as a foreign language. Yeah.
Yeah.
Part
Simone.
2, during Simone's floor routine, she does a jump full turn to 1 foot after her leap pass before her last pass. Does she get any value for that? Is it a way to get out of a rebounding deduction and dance out of the leap? I mean, I would recognize it as a straight jump full. It's a little styly, but yes, I would recognize it as an element. And
it's
yes,
an element.
it is to just rebound out of it.
Yeah. You thought says,
does Shy plan to compete in NCAA?
Yes.
Last she said that Florida was still the plan.
So she has said that, and the reason that, and if you guys can spread this far and wide so that people don't get upset at Florida, I confirmed this with Florida. She has not signed her national letter of intent, and according to all the NCAA rules, you cannot post about an athlete or say things about an athlete unless they have signed their national letter of intent. So even if she says, I intend to go there, here's all my stuff, send it to them, till she actually signs that letter, they can't do it. So Sky has, that's why Sky is in all the posts, even though she's not there, and they can make graphics about her and all of that stuff. So that's the only reason. It's not because they're not so super supportive that they're not here with her, any of that stuff.
Yeah.
There are teams who have alumni, for example, who competed here, and they've said nothing about it. So I don't think Florida is one of those schools. Like LSU is also not one of those schools. So.
Rhubarb Bikini says, how would you describe the impact that Blythe and Ollie's commentary style has had on gymnastics?
All I can think about now is a Rhubarb Bikini.
Ouch. So I would say, here's my thing about enjoying listening to Ollie's commentary. It's a completely different style than we're used to in watching gymnastics, especially in the US. Because he's the first person who has approached it not from the perspective of, I assume I know more than the audience about this, and I'm going to educate you or try to teach you something and start sentences with things like what people don't understand is, and assume that, like, coming at it from, like, talking down to the audience, that they're lower than you and you have to bring them up because you're so great and they're so lowly. Ollie talks to you like an equal. He doesn't presume, like, he talks to you like he assumes you are exactly as smart as he is, and that he is simply sharing information in a conversation of equals. And that's what I enjoy about listening to that style of commentary versus anyone else.
Yep. I agree with that. And this is what we've learned about the NBC of the past, and even talking to Sam, like now that she's joined that crew, is that they're sort of assuming people don't know gymnastics still to this day. And, that's allegedly according to their market research, which I'm like, really? But yeah, their commentary is for gymnastics fans. That's the difference. And their research is amazing, like incredible. And you also have, Blythe, who has been doing this, has been a gymnastics journalist, commentator, worked at the FIG, done all this stuff for 15, 20 years now. Like, she's had a very long career in this, and her dress was gorgeous. I don't know if you guys got to see it. Maybe. Oh my God, gorgeous tonight. I was like, oh, so pretty. Anyway. Also,
I will
Ollie,
say,
you
like,
look very nice too. Ollie always has he has a pocket square, very nice.
I will say, it was like listening to Sam on NBC, and I really do enjoy Sam as a commentator and her style, and just like her as a person. She said the words like, "I'm so excited about this final," and I was like, I think I've never heard anyone on NBC express like any kind of joy or excitement about like watching gymnastics before. It was like kind of a jarring moment where I was like, "Oh, do you like this?"
Yeah. It's a whole new world. I really appreciate what NBC is doing. I think they really are turning over a new leaf and trying something different. It's very, very much appreciated. Okay, we're already over an hour. So we have some more questions here, but we're going to save them for when we do our post Worlds debrief. So after we have 2 more days of live podcasts from direct here from Belgium doing the event finals, the best days with the very best people on every event. Oh, I love event finals. But then we'll have you have time to catch up on all the podcasts that we've done here. And then we'll have some amazing best of episodes. So we'll have 2 weeks of that. And then we will come back and we'll talk about Pan Am Games. And we will also talk about a world debrief and go over some of these specific questions, revisit some issues, any other questions that come up. So you can always send in your questions to gymcastic@gmail.com, or you can always put them in the forum at gymcastic.com in the forum. And there's also a special area for you guys, the Club Gym Nerd members, because we appreciate you so much and could not do this without you. And we want to work for you and answer your questions. Now I'm going to eat pizza because I'm really hungry and it's very late.
You eat your pizza.
I'm going to eat pizza just like all the teams that are celebrating tonight. Okay, so please remember to check out our YouTube